guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Why do none of these Democrats put socialized health care in their states? And the answer, California looked at it, and they realized it would bankrupt us.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz says the federal government shutdown is dragging on because Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is being pulled by the progressive wing of his party. Cruz compared the current negotiations to earlier standoffs this year.
Back in March, when we had the last expiration of government funding, the Democrats actually worked in a bipartisan manner with Republicans, and we kept the government open. And Schumer almost lost his job.
He also noted that Democratic-led states could implement socialized health care immediately, but they have not, citing high costs. Democrats are holding firm on preserving health care subsidies as a key sticking point in any deal to end the shutdown. U.S. service members got paychecks this week despite the government shutdown.
The White House released a memo from President Trump directing the Pentagon to use unspent funding to pay the military. Those monies are replenished once the shutdown ends. Speaker Mike Johnson warned the move was a temporary fix. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Former Special Counsel Jack Smith is denying accusations that his investigation into President Trump was politically motivated.
The former special counsel defended the federal charges against Trump in an interview with former prosecutor Andrew Weissman at University College London and asserted the idea that politics played a role in who worked on that case or who got chosen is ludicrous. Smith also expressed concern over the Trump administration's attacks on perceived political enemies. Republican Congressman Jim Jordan has issued a letter demanding that Smith testify before the House Judiciary Committee. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 301 points, the S&P 500 fell by 41 points, and the Nasdaq dropped by 107 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
About a month ago, I came across a sentence in my textbook.
Kelby Murphy, a University of North Georgia student, is outraged after finding a textbook passage describing Christianity.
Describing identities, and one identity that it pointed out was Christianity. And in parentheses, the book reiterated that Christianity is a U.S.-based white supremacist group, which I was mind blown.
The school claimed to refer to the extremist Christian identity movement, but Murphy says the text clearly equates Christianity with hate. Both parents of a toddler found dead in a Georgia dumpster this week are now facing charges.
The father of 6-month-old Nakai Pratt is now facing a murder charge. Riverdale police say Antonio Pierce first reported Pratt as missing Sunday. The child's body was found Wednesday in a dumpster near where the family lived. Pierce was immediately held on unrelated charges and is now being held without bond for murder. The child's mother is charged with obstruction and false testimony. I'm Rebecca Hughes.
Measles cases continue to rise.
Cases are at a record high in the United States. The U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention says there have been an average of 27 new cases each week since the end of August. So far this year, the CDC says there have been 44 outbreaks. There were just 16 all of last year. The annual total is now above 1,500, the highest since measles was declared eliminated in the U.S. in 2000. I'm Jim Roop.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Without further ado, what do you say? A big sigh of relief. Because we got a Friday coming our way. Getting ready for the weekend. Here it comes. Already turning the page on the calendar, 17th day of October. My. And away we go. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A little cooler out there tonight. Yeah, 48 at this hour. 48 degrees with clear skies outside the secret bunker here in southwest Ohio. It's going to be a chilly night for much of the Ohio Valley. Another night with frost advisories. Yeah, much of the eastern half of Ohio, western Pennsylvania, higher elevations in western PA. Hard freeze warnings tonight. That extends down through eastern portions of West Virginia and western portions of Virginia. A little chilly air sinking in. Meanwhile, the warmer temperatures through the central states beginning to interact with our cold front that is now sweeping into the central USA. So look at the big picture tonight. We see general shower activity through eastern portions of Wisconsin, kind of swinging north and west around that circulation. Little bit of rain through central Minnesota. A lot of light rain through the eastern reaches of Montana, western North Dakota. The significant line, some heavier showers, even a few rumbles of thunder, not prompting any severe warnings at this hour. South central and central South Dakota sweeping right down through the heart of Nebraska, beginning to tail off in northwestern portions of Kansas tonight. All right, as we take a look at our travelers' weather, that line, that zone is going to be the risk zone for severe weather. It's going to peak this weekend as a new storm develops over the Mississippi Valley. AccuWeather tell us that storm's going to strengthen and then track toward the Great Lakes region. Some of the severe thunderstorms on Saturday may indeed produce tornadoes. Before the weekend, though, storms drifting across portions of the plains are expected to be locally heavy, gusty, hail up to the size of golf balls in some cases, damaging wind gusts, and some localized flash flooding. Severe thunderstorms for Friday. Maybe a little more isolated. Yeah, however, a few strong storms may develop in the afternoon and kind of linger into the evening from central Oklahoma to central Iowa. But as the new storm begins to gather moisture from the Gulf and moves northeast across the Mississippi Valley Saturday afternoon and Saturday evening, thunderstorms are expected to develop and become severe, stretching from northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, all the way to central Illinois and Indiana. In that area, a more concentrated zone of severe thunderstorms expected, along with a heightened risk for a few tornadoes from central Arkansas to southeast Missouri, southwestern Illinois. St. Louis, Little Rock, Arkansas, Memphis, some of the major cities that are in that moderate risk for severe weather. Lightning from any of these storms could cause some delays in our football games, golf courses, and other outdoor events across the Mississippi Valley on Saturday. In the northern part of this area, strong wind gusts may occur, even without thunder and lightning. By Sunday, the greatest risk for severe thunderstorms then stretching from the southern part of the Appalachians all the way down to the north-central Gulf Coast, a large swath of the eastern U.S. As those storms approach the Atlanta area during the afternoon, potentially holding together into the evening, over near Charlotte, we could be talking flight delays increasing during one of the busier travel times of the weekend. Meanwhile, further north Sunday, strong wind gusts may occur even in the absence of thunder and lightning. In many cases, we're going to be talking winds from Kentucky, Ohio, Michigan, eastward to West Virginia, Pennsylvania, western New York. Strong, potentially damaging wind gusts in any storm through Sunday, maybe brief, lasting just a few minutes, but could still cause some disruptions. Those blustery conditions are going to persist over parts of the Midwest to the Appalachians right on through early next week. I anticipate we'll see some wind advisories and potentially some high wind warnings here over the coming days as we head into the weekend. Meanwhile, what do we see? Who's on board? Pappy out of the box, kicking things off tonight. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. TGIF for the last time this week. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, here it is, the Hotshot Secret Hidden Bunker. Throwing the breakers, the FR3 antenna up. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. It's 844-844-3388 to be a part of the show. 51 degrees Harrison, Ohio, with clear skies. All right, Los Angeles and Toronto, both with winds. So on the American League side, they're tied up 2 games apiece. Los Angeles, meanwhile, now takes a 3-0 lead over the Milwaukee Brewers. What are the odds of a Milwaukee comeback? That would be 4 straight wins against those Dodgers. LA's sitting in the fat seat, headed toward the World Series right now. All right, let's go. Get the party started. Predictions in from the prognosticator versus the grump. Are you with me? All right. Hello to Marianne, saying hello to all the listening friends out there. High pressure pumping. Morning. Indiana's going to pound Michigan State Saturday. Big Ed, grump, stick with the Hoosiers in the win column. Yeah, I would anticipate that may be one of the picks of the week coming up here in just a few. Let's see. Happy birthday to the princess from Marianne. Yeah, her birthday coming our way Saturday. So, hello from Bob in Michigan. Jerry, hey, Steve. Well, your Bengals did it. Bengals 33, Steelers 31. How about that? That was a tight game. That's the kind of game people like to watch, right? Coming down to the wire there. All right, Dodgers, yes, over the Brewers, leading that series 3-0. Blue Jays and Mariners tied 2 games apiece. Have a great show. Big Art says, hoo-day! Bengals win. Home sweet home for Rubber Duck. Record time from Indy, 2 hours, 51 minutes. We were talking bull hauler speed. You better watch it there, Rubber Duck. All right, Bill, good morning. Happy Friday, Steve. All the listeners, 56 Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, on the Pizza Shuttle Express. Got a short shift tonight and tomorrow. The plant is on shutdown due to emergency sewer line repairs. So I spent my night up at the warehouse, shutting some trailers around. Same thing I'll be doing tomorrow. Saturday off, so have a great weekend, everybody. Drivers, be safe out there. Norman checks in from north central Kansas. 67 degrees with clear skies. Big tipper loaded tonight, headed for Wichita. Been off duty pretty much all week. We're boiling up some coffee, making some food for breakfast. Everybody have a good night out there. Kevin, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Jason, passing through Caneyville, Kentucky, with 54 degrees, dry roads and a beautiful clear sky. Got a load of steel ingots headed to Houston, Texas tonight. The listening family, all be safe out there. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down 50 in Platkill, New York. Coffee up, full time to ride. Round number 4 to Schenectady. Back to Wilmington, Delaware. And we'll reload for Saturday morning. David checking in, a.k.a. The Beach Bum. Morning, Steve, The Beach Bum. Be listening to my favorite trucking show. It's a hot 69 tonight down here in the Sunshine State. Have a great weekend and a wonderful show tonight. Thank you. We'll do our best. Double trucker. A cool night, huh? 39 in Lodi. A little chilly out here. I'll be swapping out at the Loves with the meat guy. Taking Monday off for my birthday, Saturday. Happy birthday to you, by the way, and the missus. I'll be tuned in later on my way back to Western New York via the home of free speech, Rumble. All right, Steve, Ken from Canada checking in. We're going to have frost tonight as well. Country Bumpkin checks in. Morning to the best informed audience. and the best show house in the trucking world. God bless you all. Be safe out there. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 54 degrees, Edmond, Kentucky. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded with some bluegrass steers pointed west for a high-speed trip to the land of Oz. Live action continues. All right, special bluegrass shout-out to Bob in Michigan. And Bob, there's another Bob in Arizona. So we got frost on the northern Arizona pumpkins tonight. Matter of fact, yes, I do see some freeze warnings in parts of central, northwest New Mexico tonight. Yeah, not seeing the freeze warnings there in Arizona, but definitely that chilly air with that frontal system has swept into the western USA. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Friday coming our way from time zone to time zone. Already day number 17 here in the month of October. Soma on board. Who day, he says. All right, Soma, he's another local around here. Yeah, I guess we should head on down somewhere in the Sunshine State and make it official.
Well, we'll make it official. It's one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
How about
so did you watch that Bengay Bowl?
I didn't get to watch. I was doing the show prep, but I had like the NFL, so I could kind of track what was going on. I didn't get to watch, though.
Well, that was a good game that I watched, or listened to. Who dem?
Yeah.
That's how it goes, right?
That's who day here. Who day? Somebody you got a
team,
you got a team down there that does a who dem or something. I don't know.
Yeah. So I got a public service announcement for Shorty. He was talking last night about getting back into the swing of things, after being on vacation so long. Well, there's an easy way to not have that, where you don't even have to count the days that you got to be back to work and all that, is just don't go.
Just don't go.
You know, just work.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't go. Just work. And then you don't have to worry about all that.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
I got a question for Knucklebuster. Back in our day in the Marine Corps, we had these C-rats. I think that's short for combat rations. For, you know, we ate C-rats. We didn't have the MREs that they've got now. But, you know, you'd have these cans of tuna steaks and beef stew and beans and weenies. That beef stew's kind of like Alpo. It's what it reminded me of. But we had what they called a John Wayne to open them up. But it's also called 38. And I was wondering if he knew why they called it a P-38. I know why, but I was just wondering if he did. Well, that's my question for Knucklebuster. So I'm going to celebrate the getting closer to the one-day greatest day of the week. I'm going to go to a resort tonight, to a spa.
Oh, yeah?
And spend the night. All I got to do is take my pillow.
Yeah.
Yep, it's just there. I'm just going to go there and go to sleep. No, I got to do a sleep study.
I was going to say, I said, you're doing a sleep study, aren't you? All you take is your pillow. Do you think you'll actually be able to fall asleep? I can't imagine doing one of those things. I don't think I mean, I have a hard time falling asleep in my own bed, you know?
Yeah, well, I did it before, and I can even bring my own pillow. I mean, I've been on the CPAP for, 12, 13 years already. But what happened is I was trying to get new supplies over on my side of Tampa Bay, and I was going to the same place that I was getting my CPAP supplies before, and they said, well, we got to have a doctor's prescription. Otherwise, I was going to have to go to the doctor over in Tampa to get my supplies at the Tampa location. And all I wanted to do was use a different location on my side of the bay. So that's the reason why I'm doing another sleep study. It's because I got to get another prescription so I can get supplies on my side of Tampa Bay instead of having to go to Tampa. And I said, well, what's the big deal? I can get this stuff off of Amazon. You know, they're making a big deal out of having to have a doctor's prescription for it. So I was digging around. You've heard of when people get teeth pulled, you know, they get these slivers that work their way out afterwards, you know, that work their way up through the gums and all that. You know, sometimes after a tooth is even pulled.
Yep, right.
You've heard of that, right?
Yes, sir.
I felt something way back on my lower jaw, way back in the left, over where my wisdom teeth were. I was digging around with my fingernail, and I kept scratching this, and it's like, what the heck is that? You know, and I kept digging, and I pulled out this sliver that was like a 1/4 inch long and real pointed on each end. I had my wisdom teeth pulled in 1980.
And that would be
45 years,
right?
Yeah,
that would be a bone fragment, as they say, a bone, and it took that long for it to work its way out through the gums.
Yeah, 45 years.
Wow.
And it's crazy. And I went to my rheumatologist, and she says, you get to the dentist. You can't afford to get an infection with what's going on with my autoimmune system. So I don't have a single tooth in my head. I had all of my teeth pulled in 94, and I gotta go to the dentist Tuesday. Ain't that something?
How about that?
But anyway, special Sunshine State shout out to that 2-time bull hauler from Captain Ron, and Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and Donut Man and Go Blue. I'm listening. I'm waiting for the predictions for the weekend.
Waiting for the picks.
And I appreciate you taking my call.
All
waiting. We're here sitting here patiently waiting.
All right. Thank you for checking in there, Cap and Ron.
All right.
Yep. Have a good weekend. All right. Indeed. We've got some pretty decent action coming our way this weekend in college football. Don't know if that'll be one of their picks, but starting tonight, a couple of games, actually. Got Louisville facing number 2, Miami of Florida. And number 25, Nebraska, will be facing Minnesota. Yeah, both of those games again tonight. Then the full slate of action coming our way this Saturday. We'll get the full breakdown. Guarantee we'll be discussing Alabama versus Tennessee. That's a big matchup this weekend. Georgia versus Ole Miss and several others. So hang in there. We'll get to the prognosticator and the analyst just ahead following the news break. First, operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Texas Senator Ted Cruz says the federal government shutdown is dragging on because Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is being pulled by the progressive wing of his party. Cruz compared the current negotiations to earlier standoffs this year.
Back in March, when we had the last expiration of government funding, the Democrats actually worked in a bipartisan manner with Republicans, and we kept the government open. And Schumer almost lost his job.
He also noted that Democratic-led states could implement socialized health care immediately, but they have not, citing high costs. Democrats are holding firm on preserving health care subsidies as a key sticking point in any deal to end the shutdown. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 301 points, the S&P 500 fell by 41 points, and the Nasdaq dropped by 107 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
First of all, roll into a Friday. But get ready for the weekend here. Anthony checks in. Good evening, 67 here in Severy, Kansas tonight. Heading for Gibbon, Nebraska with a load of cows and bulls. I'd like to send a shout out to Norm. Safe trucking tonight. Thank you, Anthony. Good to have you with us. Let's see. Hello, Steve. Safe trucking. You have any info on the Marines landing at Camp Pendleton, closing I-5? Yeah, the governor having a fit? Actually, I had not heard a thing about that. I'll have to do a little research here. We'll see what we can dig up for you. But thanks for the heads up. All right, let's get to, it's that time once again, the greatest day of the week. Big Ed kind of winding down that trip to the Northwest. So you headed back toward the home 20, I presume?
No, Northeast, yeah, but that's what I'm doing, headed back home. I'm going to try to be home at least by Sunday. So, but yeah, we've been up Northeast. Really seen some pretty color up there in New Hampshire, upper New York, and Vermont, and down there in the lower part of New York, coming into some parts of Pennsylvania and Virginia, West Virginia. But I was pleased with the colors I was seeing. But, it could have been better, but oh well, some years you hit it, some years you don't. But I'm not complaining. I know by the time I get home, I'm going to feel like I've been road trucking.
I bet you are. You've been busy. What else? What's up in your world? Grump, what's going on?
Oh, not much. Just kind of hanging out and, just kind of listening to the show a little bit. I got a stinking load of hides to take down to Kansas City and drop them off and get them done in the morning. Then I got to turn around and go back up and grab another load.
You the same trailer?
No, these we swapped these trailers out here. They're I hate hides, man. They smell bad. I mean, it's just you can't get anybody to work on these damn things. And yeah, he kind of called me and asked me if I'd run a couple of these loads for him. I said, yeah, I'll do it. So, and then I'm back on my regular run, back and forth. So, but got to do what you got to do. So, Yeah, it's we got some damn good football coming up. No, we didn't pick. What was it? Indiana and Michigan State or Nebraska. I kind of looked around at all the games that are being played, and sometimes
we didn't
you
even
got to look
pick Cincinnati either. They got such an easy game this weekend, so if they lose that, then something major wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we didn't pick Cincinnati either, but that was kind of a scrimmage game for them, I think. But so we're just kind of picking out the games that can really knock somebody off the high horse, and also kind of the fan favorites, the ones that are talked about the most here, because we're just kind of going with that. But we did pick Louisville and Miami for tomorrow night or for tonight. Of course, I went with Miami. They got a 5-0 record, in the ACC, and Louisville, they're a 4-1, and Miami, of course, is heavily favored in that game. But I still think it's going to be a good game, but I think Miami's going to win that pretty handily.
Yeah, too. I've got down to Miami. They're 84% projected to, and that's been played in Miami. And right now, they're going to be they playing in the ACC, so they're going to be the ACC champion. Unless they just do something real stupid.
We got another one here, Georgia Tech, who, they're still up there in the championship for ACC. There also they're playing Duke, and believe it or not, Duke is favored in that game. Duke has been, they've been battling out pretty hard, but I did go with Georgia Tech because Georgia Tech is just, they played some mean ball this year to keep that 6-0 record, and so I went with them.
Well, I bounced back and forth. I had Duke down, and then went to Georgia Tech, and I studied some more, and thought, well, had Duke down again, and then just right before we got on there, I changed my mind. I'm going Georgia Tech.
All right. We, there's still 8 teams that was in the top 25, in the in the poll there. 8 teams, with a 6-0 record. So that's staying pretty good right there. We got 15 teams that are 5-0 or better, 5-1 in that area. And then there's only 2 teams that's in the top 25 that has 4-win record. And I think we've pretty much got them all here, but, jumped around a little bit, to the Big Ten. We went, looked at Washington and Michigan game. Of course, Michigan's got a 4-2 record. They've played some good ball. They're favored in this game against Washington that has a 5-1. But I went with Washington. I think Washington's played some some fantastic ball, and they've had a tough kind of a tough record time year and a tough schedule. But they've held their own pretty good with 1 loss. So I went with Washington.
Okay.
Well, we're going to separate there because I'm going with Michigan. I think Michigan just kind of. I think that's been played at the Big House too, so that's one of the main reasons.
It is.
So, yeah, I think I'm going to give it all my love to Michigan. So
we looked at 2 teams here, Baylor and TCU. Both of these guys have played good ball this year. They're 4-2, and it's still, they can still win. I mean, they can still get up there pretty good with, they may not be in the championship, but they can damn sure, get in the bowl areas there. But Baylor is, I went with TCU on this. I just think TCU's played some good ball, and they've come so damn close, in the 2 losses. I mean, it's just been they've been slugging it out, as has a lot of these teams. But TCU, they just kind of seem like they do things right, and they just right there at the end, just kind of boom, get smacked down a little bit. But I went with TCU.
And I'm TCU all the way.
Yeah,
I don't think Baylor's got what it takes.
I kind of figured Ed was going to go with TCU. He seems like he's always been a kind of a TCU guy,
Yeah, I know. Until he went out to Arizona State, got slapped around.
We got Oklahoma and South Carolina's playing at noon, out of the SEC. And Oklahoma 5-1 record. Of course, it didn't work out very well last week for them, but I hope they do a little better this week. They're playing South Carolina 3-3, and the reason we got them in there is because Oklahoma's still, in good, in good position to do well in the SEC. Mm-hmm. So I went on ahead and kept them in there. I went with Oklahoma, of course. I think they're going to get the bugs worked out of it, and maybe material's hand will be a little bit better or whatever. I don't know, or maybe they'll replace him. But I think Oklahoma's going to pull this one out. They're playing in South Carolina, of course.
Yeah, and I don't think South Carolina's got the defense stack up on Oklahoma. They dang sure ain't got the offense to overpower that Oklahoma defense. So I'm going with Oklahoma on this one. Material's supposed to be back, healthy, but everybody's big thing.
Hopefully. Got Missouri and Auburn playing at noon. Another SEC game. Missouri's favored to win with this with a 1.5 favorite there. This has always been a good game with them. Auburn, God, they, to be 3-3, I can't believe that. They have just done everything right, and it seems like at the end, they lose by a field goal or, a bad call or something. It's just Auburn's played their butts off this year, and I think it's going to be a tight game. But I think Missouri's going to win.
Okay, girl. I knew you was going to slobber all over them Tigers. I think this is the game that Auburn's going to be, because Hugh Freeze is on the hot seat, and that reminds me, Indiana, they gave their coach a big old raise because they knew he was shooting for Penn State, and they put a kibosh on that. He got a big old fat raise today. But anyway, to get back to the subject at hand, I think Hugh Freeze's job is on the line. And one or two things going to happen. Auburn's going to win. He's going to save his job, and Jackson Arnold's going to keep his job as quarterback, or Hugh Freeze is going to get replaced, and Mr. Arnold's going to be benched. So I say Auburn's got the big motivation factor here, and I'm going with Auburn.
Okay.
All right. Then we've got LSU and Vanderbilt. This has always been a good game. Vandy's favored this year by 2.5 points. Last year it didn't work out so well. LSU beat them by a field goal, but I went with Vanderbilt because I just watching Vanderbilt play all year. They're 5-1. So is LSU's 5-1, but they're playing at Vanderbilt, and I'm gonna give them the home team advantage on this. I think they're going to win this one. It's going to be another close game. Probably it's either going to be a high-scoring game or it's going to be a low-scoring game. That's the way these two usually work out, And so I'm thinking Vanderbilt can pull this one off.
Yeah, that's a good pick, Grump. Because I was watching old Booger McFarland. I think he played for LSU, and even he's at loss to thinking LSU can beat Vanderbilt. And so, I'm just because it's home team, and I think they've only got a 2 percentage point favoritism, but I'm going Vandy.
Okay. Then we got playing at 2:30 Central Time in the SEC is going to be Ole Miss and Georgia. That's going to be a knockdown, drag-out brawl. I know Georgia's favored on this by quite a bit, actually. Ole Miss is running at 6-0 right now. Georgia's 5-1. I went with Georgia just because it's the home. They got the home advantage, and I think Georgia's got the momentum right now that can. Ole Miss they're going to fall, eventually, and I think Georgia can do it. So I went with Georgia.
Well, we're going to separate there because it seems like every time I turn around, old Lane Kiffin's figured out how to pull a rabbit out of a hat. And every weekend I show him disrespect. So I thought, okay, I'm going to give Ole Miss some love here, and I'm going to go with Ole Miss, and we're going to find out if they're making a mistake or not.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we looked at 3 o'clock games here. We got on the Big 12. We got Texas Tech and Arizona State. Arizona State's they're playing at Arizona 4-2. Texas Tech 6-0. Texas Tech sitting on top of the Big 12 right now. They've really just played their butts off in this year, and they've had a pretty good schedule too. It hasn't been nothing like it's been a giveaway. They've earned it. I went with Texas Tech. I think they got the momentum and everything in their favor. The wind, kind of behind their sail there. I think they're going to keep pushing what they're doing. I also think it's going to be a real tight game. Again, Arizona State playing at home. Could be wrong, but I'm going with Texas Tech on this one.
Well, I think that's the only time Arizona State seems to show up is at their home field. Other than that, they're a big disappointment. But I don't think they're going to ride rush out on Texas Tech. So until Texas Tech proves otherwise, they're just too good offensively. So I'm going Texas Tech.
Okay.
And then we got this big game coming up at Tennessee and Alabama. Now, for some reason, they've got Alabama picked at a 72% win, ratio here. I just don't see it. Tennessee's 5-1, Alabama's 5-1. They've both, stumbled on the game, but they've both been playing some, good ball and everything. They got good teams. They got good defense, good offense, everything. Alabama, they had a poor start, but they damn sure made up for that. I went with Tennessee on this. I think they can. I think they can pull this one off. I hope they can. But of course, being a Tennessee boy, I went with that anyway. So
right.
So anyway.
Well, I've got faith in Alabama. That old Stetson, he's coming around. He's leading that offensive good. So I'm gonna stick with the Roll Tide boys. I'm going to Alabama.
All right. Then we got USC and Notre Dame. Now, these two, Notre Dame they've been like this sleeper team. I mean, they just woke up. They lost 2 games, but watching them play, I mean, man, they should be at 6-0, the way they've played. And they're playing USC. They're playing at Notre Dame. I went with Notre Dame just because I like the way Notre Dame has come about, and they've really, proven to be a tough team. So I went with Notre Dame here.
And we're on the same page, Grump. Yeah, I'm going with Notre Dame as well. I just don't think USC is going to go into Notre Dame and beat them.
I was looking at that, and Notre Dame, man, they are really heavily favored to win this game. And
76%.
Yeah.
That really surprised me too. I figured it'd be, but the posters they're really leaning heavy for Notre Dame.
And then we got another Big 12 game here. This is Utah and BYU. We're picking 12 teams this go. We're not going to do a sleeper. We're just going ahead and do the 12 teams, and because it's just getting late in the season, and every game's just going to be a battle from here on out, and it's pretty much all conference games. So we're going to stick with that, I think.
Okay.
Just go ahead and forget the sleepers for right now. But we got Utah and BYU. Utah's 5-1. BYU 6-0. Utah is heavily favored for some reason in this game. I went with Utah because just the way they've played the last 3 games. I mean, they've done a hell of a good job. And even though BYU's at 6-0, I still believe that the odds makers on this one's got it right. I think Utah can pull this out and they're playing at BYU.
Yeah, see, that's what threw me off. They're playing at BYU and Utah. I didn't think they was that impressive last week. And it's hard for me to go against BYU, especially since they're playing at home. BYU, man, they're just a tough team.
Yeah,
they know how to get down in the mud, so just based on that, because they play some brutal defensive ball. Just based on that, I'm going to BYU. They'll shut down that Utah offense, and so that's who I'm throwing my hat on, BYU.
Yep.
That's 5 games we separated on tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could be, you know.
One of us is going to be crying Sunday night.
Yeah, it's that's pretty good. We didn't pick Indiana, and I didn't, like I said, it's just it ain't nothing against Indiana. Indiana's sitting high, on the list there, and they're playing some real good ball. We just went with like I said, the fan favorites and stuff, and thinking who's gonna come ahead. I still think Ohio and Indiana's gonna be battling it out for the Big Ten championship. I don't know. Ohio, like I said, they're thumping it out. We didn't pick them either, did we? Nope, we didn't have them on there either. So these are the games, man. I hope things work out, but I'd like to keep this tie going here. It just looks a little bit better there, but I think Ed's probably going to thump me on this one, but that's okay.
I'm hoping. I thought, man, I'm going to put him in the dust. No, I just thought I'd go for a throat punch and see how good I can do. So.
Yeah. Well,
but I'm going it. It don't matter. Either you're going to be chasing me or I'm going to be chasing you, but it ain't till the end, my friend, and this ain't the end, my friend. And Steve, I may not know it all, but I do know my football. Thank you, Grandpa. I'll talk to y'all later.
Hey.
That's
all
what
right,
he
buddy.
says.
We'll talk to you later.
All right, thanks, Ed. I think he's spending the night there in Chillicothe, I believe, and he'll be, I think, rolling west early on a Friday morning. I was looking, watching the weather. I don't know how far west he can get there, Grump, but he may be running into some of this weather coming his way by the time we get to Saturday. So,
yeah, it's I'm running back and forth to Kansas City right now out of Nebraska, and then I got to run a load up to South St. Paul and then come back, and then I'm back on the regular run, from middle part of Nebraska, Schuyler, Nebraska, down to Marshall, Missouri, back and forth. I do that every night or every day or whatever. But yeah, it's I think we're gonna get some nasty stuff here before long. It just seems like we've been riding the good weather a little longer than what we should have, So I don't know. They're talking just from what I've been hearing that from the middle of November, it could start getting a little snowy and stuff. Is what some of the people that I've been listening to around the Kansas City area and stuff. The news people and stuff. So I don't know. I was talking to my load planner today, and he said, is it ever going to start snowing? I said, I don't know. I said, hell, I get paid by the load, not by what the weather's doing, so I don't care. If it gets snowing too bad, I'll just go to the house and, hang out there and work on guitars, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But I got enough of them there to take care of. My God, seems like I never have time to get anything fixed anymore, and I got a ton of them to get, do things to, so. I don't know. So how's everybody been in your neck of the woods there, buddy? How's Uncle Fred? And
they're looking to move him to another facility. They're talking about trying. He's so weak, can't stand or anything. But they're trying to do some rehab. I don't know, but we have to find a place, I guess, where his insurance will cover him. And that's what we're going to be trying to do tomorrow. They had selected a place that everybody immediately said, not no, but hell no. And a nasty old dilapidated, dirty place in a bad part of town. We said, no way.
Yeah. Yeah, and, I don't know why insurance companies, they look, you pay through the nose for insurance and Medicare and, and everything else, and then they find the nastiest, dirtiest, cheapest damn place in the world that they think that, you need to be at. And it's just, I don't know, man. I'm so damn sick of dealing with insurance companies and stuff. It's, from all the surgeries my wife has had to have, and everything. It's just, it's been a battle with me, and I've had to actually sue an insurance company before, that refused to pay on some stuff. And said, no, we're going to go to court, let the judge decide this. And then they pay, of course. They don't want to hear that, but because one person starts suing them and taking them to court and stuff, then there'll be more of them, saying, well, hell, I won that case,
Absolutely.
A lot of class. And Steve, I can't understand that either. For the life of me, why our government has allowed these damn insurance companies to be
Yep. Well, hold the thought there, because we got to get a news break in. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Learn more at tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. It's day 16 of the government shutdown, and the Senate once again failed to pass a GOP bill to reopen the government, the 10th failed vote. Democrats also blocked funding for the Pentagon, angering Majority Leader John Thune, who accused them of refusing to pay the troops. The Senate adjourned until Monday, guaranteeing the shutdown will stretch into next week. A federal judge blocked the Trump administration from laying off federal employees during the shutdown.
Unions asked the federal court to stop the move, calling the firings illegal. Susan Ilsted, a President Clinton-appointed judge, called the layoffs politically motivated. Her decision's expected to be appealed by the White House. White House Budget Director Russell Vought said the Trump administration could cut over 10,000 federal jobs during the government shutdown. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton has been indicted in Maryland on charges connected to alleged mishandling of classified documents.
I didn't know that. You're telling me for the first time, but I think he's, a bad person. I think he's a bad guy. Yeah, he's a bad guy. It's too bad, but it's the way it goes.
FBI agents searched Bolton's home and D.C. office back in August. Bolton is a one-time UN ambassador under George W. Bush, and he became a sharp Trump critic after leaving the administration in 2019. President Trump spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin today for over 2 hours ahead of his meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky tomorrow. Trump called the call productive and said he and Putin plan to meet in Budapest. Meanwhile, Russia launched more than 300 drones and dozens of missiles across Ukraine, striking civilian and military targets, despite ongoing Ukrainian air defenses. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 301 points, the S&P 500 fell by 41 points, and the Nasdaq dropped by 107 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Thousands of Americans plan No King's Day protest this weekend, being held against President Trump. California Governor Gavin Newsom is urging peaceful demonstrations as rallies take place in cities nationwide.
Because there's one person that hopes you don't, that hopes there is disruption, there's some violence, and he will exploit that, and he will take advantage of that in a profound and consequential way.
Republican leaders are criticizing the events, calling them Hate America rallies. Harmful algae blooms appear to be clearing up along the Hudson River.
The nonprofit group Riverkeeper says the late summer bloom that popped up between August and September was a major concern because there are few water treatment plants that pull drinking water from the river. It comes as officials across the entire Hudson Valley region fight a federal judge's ruling to allow Holtec, the parent company of Indian Point, to decommission the power plant by dumping potentially radioactive water into the river. The New York State Attorney General has also joined the legal battle, as officials say they've worked for decades to clean up the river. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Nestle is planning to slash 16,000 jobs over the next 2 years.
It comes as the food giant wants to focus on products with the highest returns. It's a goal of the new CEO, who said the food and beverage giant has to change faster to keep from losing market share. The cuts will include 12,000 white-collar jobs and 4,000 other positions for what it estimates will be a savings of nearly $1 billion. I'm Wendy Swanson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. We are off and rolling into a Friday. From time zone to time zone, we'll turn the page on the calendar. 17th day of October here. Yeah, just a couple weekends left till Halloween, right? Which actually comes up on a Friday this year. How about that? I guess that means I'll actually get to stay up with the grandkids and watch them trick or treat and hand out some candy. There you go. Most occasions, Steve Sommers is snoozing right there during trick or treat time. So I got an answer to the question: that our listening friend asked last hour about what's going on Camp Pendleton. All right, it looks like Governor Newsom was, I guess, bent out of shape a bit, raising concerns about live fire demonstrations near Interstate 5 at Camp Pendleton. That's what prompted initial concerns about closing the major freeway that would potentially affect 80,000 vehicles that travel through there on a daily basis. However, the Marine Corps issued a press release stating there would be an amphibious live fire demonstration. They never mentioned any live rounds would be fired near or over Interstate 5. They state that a detailed risk assessment showed no highways needed to be closed. The exact wording reads like this: all training events will occur on approved training ranges and comport with established safety protocols. No public highways or transportation routes will be closed. In advance of the training event and the demonstration, we conducted a detailed risk assessment. All participants will be briefed. Medical, fire, and emergency assets will be on site. Multiple rehearsals will be conducted. All air, surface, and ground movements are scripted and rehearsed in accordance with standard operating procedures and established safety checklists. Early yesterday morning, the governor's office wrote to ABC 10 saying, well, now that I-5 will stay open, we hope the Trump administration applies that same common sense to reopening the federal government. Okay, retired Marine Corps intelligence officer Hal Kempfer, who has stationed multiple tours at Camp Pendleton, explained that people can expect to see what you can expect to see for the Marine Corps' 250th birthday. We do this stuff all the time, he said. It's an amphibious demonstration. That's all we're doing. You'll have artillery and tanks, you bet. I don't think they're going to fire any missiles. The reason is that when you do those things, you have a lot of aircraft that are flying in and out. That would be too much of a safety risk. He also said Marines are trained to move administratively under I-5 away from Red Beach during these operations. There's no threat to the corridor. Looks like Vice President J.D. Vance will also be attending Saturday's festivities. After the demonstrations at Camp Pendleton wrap up, the Marine Corps said they'll hold a beach bash in Del Mar. That's going to include food vendors, music, static displays, family activities. So it's celebration of the 250th anniversary of the Marine Corps. There you go, Semper Fi. All right, Grump, welcome back. We were kind of talking about some insurance, but yeah, I guess these kind of events and whatnot, these are common events that occur in the military demonstrations.
Yes, yeah, they have on a regular basis. I mean, they're always doing something like, if it's Air Force's birthday, you see a lot of planes in the air and things like that. Of course, people bitch about it. Maybe one of them's going to fall out of the air, or are they? They'll carry, a lot of times they'll carry like tip tanks. We call them tip tanks. They're just wing tanks, for fuel, extra fuel and stuff, so they can do fly across country or whatever to different shows and without having to be refueled too many times. And of course, everybody looks up and they see these, see them coming in for a landing. Oh, hell, he's got bombs on. Them are bombs, which are actually just wing tanks. And people get their hair on fire for nothing. Hell, it's just, enjoy the show and and let them shut up about it, I guess. I just thank God they got a military that's willing to bleed for them so they can get out and bitch and raise hell about every little thing, And that's kind of my take on it. But, I was looking at the profits on a lot of these every year they come out with another analysis. It's a U.S. health insurance industry analysis report. And Trump's kind of has them scared because I think they're kind of believing that up to 15 million people could lose their health insurance. And, since 2010, up for the last 10 years, and they haven't done a report this year, but from last year, insurance companies have increased their profits Let me see here. Where did I see that at? Net realized gains were at 134.9%. That's profitability right there. That's money in the bank. Now, I can't figure out why in the hell our government continues to give these people money when some of the CFOs and the heads of these damn insurance companies and stuff has got these golden parachutes, as some of them $100 million. I can't believe that. This is when they look at these 10-year snapshots of the insurance company that we just see a need to keep pumping money into them. They're for-profit organizations. Hell, I'm a for-profit organization. I own my own trucking company, and have for years. Is the government pumping money into my organization? Hell no. They look at me and they're like, if you go out of business, there'll be somebody else in that seat. We don't care. Insurance companies, they've ridden high, man. Since COVID and stuff, they put in so many of these special exemptions and special payment plans and different things for COVID. COVID, their profits went up drastically. I mean, when you look at it, you're thinking, my God, why invest in the stock market? Hell, just invest in an insurance company, because they're the ones, every time they say no, ka-ching, everything goes up, and everything. So yeah, I can, and then people like your Uncle Fred and my wife and other people that's had to, deal with medical, on a more, basis, the way they're having to do it. They can look at them and say, well, let's, we can put him in a different place. Let's send him over here to the Hoodville, over here where all the thugs and stuff are, and, just go ahead and stick him in there, and not think twice about it. I mean, that's just the way these damn people operate, man. I don't know. They talked about the underwriters. The underwriters are some people I can't stand anyway. I mean, they're the ones that sits in their basement and when the doctors and everybody calls out and says, we need to get this procedure done, first place it goes to is the underwriters. They look at it and they're like, nah, what's this going to cost? Nah, we ain't doing it. I'll just send a message over to the insurance company. We ain't going to do it. We'll just decline it. And they'll do that 3 or 4 times. Well, the insurance companies has found out, why pay these damn underwriters when they got people sitting right there behind a damn desk that can say no? So, their profits just keep going up, and they're, like I said, they're so damn worried about the ACA, and everything, losing people, and it's a fact, Steve. Hell, you remember Barack Obama when they were running this stuff through. This can't wait. There's 10 million people without a health insurance right now. Doesn't have access to health care. We knew that was crap. And right now there's 33 million that can't afford health insurance. And this was designed by the people that wrote the damn bills. This was designed, and government's seen this, Republicans and Democrats alike. These damn Democrats, they make me sick. They stand there and they talk about, well, we need a single payer system, and everything. That would have changed. That would have been a game changer if we had a single payer system. All this crap. They had the votes to get a single-payer system. You know it, I know it. They had 60 votes. When Arlen Specter flipped sides and said, I want to be a Democrat now because Barack Obama, I just kissed his ass and he liked it, And then what happened to Arlen Specter? He got thrown under the damn bus, lost his seat, and then he died. Then, a couple of years later, he died. But they had the votes to do whatever they wanted to do. But my take on this is, we need insurance companies, but we also need to get them off the damn supply and demand side, since they mandated everybody have health insurance. Well, Trump kind of did away with the mandate on that, and that's all well and good. But the insurance companies didn't forget about all the profitability that they got. It's a money-making scheme with these bastards. They got it on the internet, or they got it on the stock market. Every one of them's, they take your money, my money, and everybody else's money that pays in premiums, and they reinvest it in stocks and bonds and everything else, so that they're making profits. That 134% or whatever it was I just told you, that's off investment income too. So they got every reason in the world to tell people that they cannot have a procedure done or jack your premiums up through the freaking roof, just because they can do that. There's nothing that says that they can't. And I think I got a check back for $1,100 or something like that from last year that I paid, overpaid in insurance premiums and all the rest of this garbage and what we didn't use and stuff. Got $1,100 check back, which, wasn't even one premium. I mean, it seriously, it wasn't even one damn premium. I'm sick of them. I wish if they're going to do anything at all about the Affordable Care Act, they would put the brakes on these damn insurance companies and stuff like that. Force them to pay, if a doctor says you need or you get a second opinion also, and they say, yes, you need that procedure, then why they got some nurse sitting somewhere that, or somebody that's lost their damn medical license sitting somewhere going, no, they don't need it. No, we'll go ahead and decline it. I don't know. That's just my take on it. I think there's, they talk about a lot of people dying because of this, government shutdown and stuff like that. Hell, they've been a lot of people dying because they can't get procedures done and not a damn word said about it.
Bingo.
But anyway, I just had to, rant about that a little bit. But thanks for, I guess listening.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for your football picks there. And if I had to wager a guess, you'll probably do the same thing you did last week. You'll win 2 out of the 5, and Ed will win 3, or vice versa, and you'll be splitting things again on those games you're split on.
Yeah, it's these games are so damn close. Like I said, they're everybody's playing their butts off right now. That you just don't know. I mean, it's been a field goal that's divided 3 teams last week. Just a field goal. So. I don't feel bad about losing. Hell, it's just, like I said, it's just to me, it's just whoever shows up, and that's Ed's take is, you never know who's going to show up, but who does and plays the hardest is always going to come out the victor. So
that is it.
That's the way it is, buddy.
All right. Well, have a great night and a better weekend. And there you go. Thanks for being with us. 844-844-3388.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator. Because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Meanwhile, we see water levels on portions of the Mississippi and lower Ohio rivers have dropped low enough to significantly hinder shipping. This marks the 3rd year out of 4 The drought has been extensive and long-lasting enough in the Mississippi Basin to disrupt normal tug and barge operations. We had the falls of 2022 and 23. Parts of the river actually reached record low levels. Last fall, the water levels were near, or in some cases a little above historical averages, but since late this summer, things have shifted significantly from spring and early summer when drought was minimal. With no major Pacific storms or tropical storms from the Gulf reaching the region in recent weeks, the prolonged summer heat with long stretches of dry fall air have taken a toll. Negative water gauge readings are now being reported at multiple locations along the middle Mississippi. Negative readings. That indicates the water surface has fallen below the reference zero level established when the gauge was installed. Changes to the channel bottom may result from natural erosion and dredging over time, but forecasters expect occasional thunderstorms and spotty rain over the coming weeks. As a result, levels may not reach record lows from recent years, but could come within a few feet at time. Of course, we've got some rain coming this weekend. Brief periods of rain or thunderstorms may temporarily slow the decline and maybe give a short-term rise, but a slow-moving, widespread storm lasting several days is what we really need to reverse the downward trend and get water levels back up for safe navigation and full loads over the river system. There are no signs of such a storm developing soon over the middle Mississippi or Ohio River. A brief round of showers and thunderstorms from Friday to Saturday across the Mississippi and Ohio River valleys. That rain will only bring small, brief changes to water levels. Tug and barge transport is a highly cost-effective alternative to trucking for moving goods, raw materials, grain. But when water levels fall significantly, the navigable channel narrows and obviously becomes shallower. Numerous shoals may be present. Tug operations have to limit the load within barges and the number of barges they can safely push up and down the river, trying to avoid being grounded, which can block the shipping channel entirely. Reducing load sizes, barge counts, lowers the efficiency and results in increased cost, ultimately that gets passed on to the consumers. Now, there is potential for rain events producing some quick runoff during November, December, and January. However, that concern mainly involves dry ground in urban or small stream flooding, not some meaningful rise in the larger rivers, they tell us. All right, see what's going on with Scrapyard this morning. Hello there.
Hey, happy belated birthday there, brother. Let's see, on that insurance company deal, I can give you all a bit of information that'll help you or one of your loved ones. If a medical professional says that you've got to have this certain test or this certain medication, and the insurance company says no, well, here's what you do. You call up that insurance company and get their medical, the HIPAA compliance officer. They have to have one by federal law. Then you speak with the officer and discussing your or your loved one's case, whoever you have power of attorney over, and that you tell them you want the name and credentials of every single individual at that company that has reviewed that file. A person has to be medically certified to even look at the file. 9 times out of 10, it's college students, the ones that they have do the coding and the grading to make the determination. They're not certified. They're not a medical professional, and it's a violation of federal law. And that you tell them that you want the name and the credentials of every single person that has put had the hand on the file or eyes on the file, and tell them you want it in a certified letter. They have to provide it for you by law. And if they put you on hold and keep you on hold, or refuse to take your call, and each call that you make, take a screenshot of your phone showing the duration of the call, and because anything past an hour, they owe you $1,000. That's federal regulation as well. If they refuse to take your call so many times, then you call the medical board on them, because they're still under medical board rules. And then you call your state, whatever state that company is in, the parent company, and the state that you're in, if that insurance is accepted in your state, the insurance boards, and you file charges on them. And by documenting all your phone calls, all this other stuff, you can basically end up owning them. But here's the thing: whenever you have to pull out the stops and demand that letter, usually within 24 hours or less, you're somehow mysteriously approved. It's a miracle.
Really?
And yeah, exactly.
It's
because
like magic.
99% of them are in violation of federal law. And it's just a dirty little secret. I had to do that over treatment my mother was.
But that's that's so much for the average person to go through. Most people would just throw their hands up in disgust and say, screw it. Hold the thought there. Lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Democrats have once again blocked Republican plans to reopen the government, this time killing a bill that would have paid the U.S. troops. Only 3 Democrats broke ranks to support this measure. Republicans say the defense bill could be a vehicle to fund other key departments. But Democrats, led by Chuck Schumer, refuse to move forward, keeping the government closed and America's military funding in limbo. Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi's clash with a reporter on Capitol Hill is going viral.
Shut up.
Former Speaker of the House snapping at a reporter after being asked about allegedly denying requests to send the National Guard in during the 2021 Capitol riots.
I did not refuse the National Guard. The president didn't send it.
The reporter was from Lindell TV, an outlet founded by Trump supporter Mike Lindell.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 301 points, the S&P 500 fell by 41 points, and the Nasdaq dropped by 107 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, rolling into a Friday. Yes, indeed. Around the country, as always, it's 844-844-3388. I had to take care of the news break there. Welcome back, Scrapyard.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't pay attention to what time it was. All that stuff. But, hopefully this information that I've given y'all will be able to help you, any of y'all in the future. I had to deal with it over my mother getting injured last winter and ended up with a brain bleed and had to fight the insurance company's tooth and nail for her to get proper treatment and get it paid for. But yeah, it will help you considerably if you know the law and the regulations concerning that, because politicians and corporations don't want the citizenry knowing exactly what the laws are and what your rights are, because if you don't know the law, you can be beaten to death with it. And, you know, like I say, knowledge is power, so hopefully what I passed on will help y'all, help any of y'all during a really rough time of life when help is necessary and you can't get it, because you're not the servant of these insurance companies; they're your servant. You're paying them, and so the more you know, the more you can do. But yeah, it's just ridiculous that they can keep jacking the prices up and without any kind of regulation whatsoever, and then they wonder why people are struggling so much. Hell, you're better off being homeless and on Medicaid than working for a living, because you're not paying for yours, you're paying for somebody else's.
Right. Yep. Well, all righty, Scrapyard. Always good information. Thank you for being a part of the show. Any weekend plans for you, or?
Just trying to I got to work on Miss Patty's brakes sometime later today before this big storm, this projected storms get down here, because they're calling for tornadoes in Arkansas.
Yes, they are.
At least what last I heard.
Yep.
And they're also a couple of really big hitters in the meteorological world. Ryan Hall and this other feller, are calling. They said that the projections for this winter being drier than normal and warmer than normal. They've done scratched that. Now they're saying it's going to be the worst winter in like the past 5 years.
Oh boy!
So I recommend everybody stock up on all the vital essentials before it gets to y'all, because that's what me and Miss Patty are going to do later today. We're going to go over to Costco and take the pickup truck and probably fill it up with canned goods and other necessities and all that, just in case, because the way it's looking for this potential winter weather, it's going to get real hairy and get snowed in at the house and all that. Like poor Miss Patty's place is all electric. Electricity goes out. Well, yeah, right. I've been without electricity for 19 days during an event like that, and it's no fun. So,
no doubt. And that's the zone where a lot of times you'll end up with the ice storms. And yeah, that brings down the trees and the lines, and days and sometimes weeks without juice. All right. Hello to Bidu checking in. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Have a good weekend, everybody. Checking in from the home 20 tonight. The Crouton of Love says, rest in peace, Ace, a.k.a. Spaceman Freely. Yeah, word came down, the founding guitarist of Kiss, Ace Frehley, passing away at the age of 74, reportedly after he suffered a brain bleed following a scary fall. According to TMZ, he was put on life support after he fell down in his music studio a couple weeks ago. TMZ reported Ace, the original lead guitarist for Kiss, dying Thursday after being hospitalized, placed on life support, with the family coming to that difficult decision to turn off the ventilator. They said, we broke the story. Ace fell a couple weeks ago in his studio, suffered the brain bleed. His health didn't improve, and he was put on a ventilator. But a founding member of Kiss, of course, joining forces with Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley, and Peter Criss, shredding guitar with the band from 1973 to 1983, left the group in 1982 amid some substance abuse issues, and he had some creative differences on the direction of the band. He tried his hand at a solo career, founding the band Frehley's Comet, kind of a play on his Spaceman nickname. Yeah, they played together from 1984 to 88, then broke up. Ace later rejoined the band for their 1996 reunion tour and stayed with them till 2002. But Ace helped Kiss create a ton of the big hits over the years. Detroit Rock City, I Was Made for Loving You, Rock and Roll All Night. Of course, throughout the past day, tributes were pouring in from other bands and folks that performed with him over the years, obviously. 844-844-3388. It says Becky. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, I guess today's the day we do the, hey, Becky. Hey, Becky, what day is it? Becky.
Yeah, well, she's been out all week. Wasn't she on a staycation or something this week? I can't remember.
Oh, I don't know. I thought she did that before. She do it again? I don't know. Can you keep up with a woman, Your Honor? Can you actually tell me you keep up with a woman and know what a woman's schedule is?
Right, yeah. We don't know. We don't know what day it is.
That's right. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I guess I haven't. Yeah, I guess she hasn't sent me a message there. Every now and then she sends me a message saying.
Right.
I don't know. I must be on one of them group things or something. I don't know, something like that. Anyway, so what do we got going here? Chilly tonight, Your Honor. Heck, we're starting out here in the 40s already. So temperature's getting down. I guess this is the end of the real chilly weather, though. So we got a good weekend coming up. It's supposed to be back up into the 60s. Looks like there's highs of 60s all week next week going on. So other than a rain shower supposed to be passing through, I don't know. I don't know if it's a rain shower or just a whole evening and night of rain. But Sunday into Monday there. So they said it's supposed to start sometime Sunday night and evening, and then go through into Monday and be cleared out during the day Monday sometime. Then after that, pretty much dry all next week. So I don't know. I don't know if that'll help help out there to the Mississippi River or not. There, Mississippi River going dry. Is that what you're telling us, Your Honor?
Pretty much, yeah.
You're going to be able to walk across it pretty quick. So that means if the Mississippi's dry, that must mean the Ohio River is going to go dry. Is the Ohio River dry there where you're at?
It's way down. Down. I know that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So they did a song or something about the Mississippi River going dry, didn't they? Isn't there a country song or something about the Mississippi River going dry? It mentions that. I'm thinking. I don't know. We'll have to research and investigate that. Maybe that's one of them sing along with horse feathers songs there we'll have to find. But now that I'm thinking about it, was it Hank Williams Jr. did that? I think somebody's going to call in and tell you. I might even been Hank Williams Jr. mentioned that. But I guess if they need water, what's this I heard last night? There's major flooding going on up there in Alaska. People missing, drowning, and having to be a lot of rescues going on. I hadn't heard about that till happened to catch that on the news last night there. So hopefully they being so far away from Washington, hopefully they don't get slipped under and get forgotten up there. So, but anyways,
they had
they
had the remnants of a typhoon that had come through there and brought a bunch of moisture off the Pacific.
All right. Well, that kind of explains what caused that then. So hopefully the best for them. And as I say, hopefully, they aren't so far from Washington, and the governor and mayors and all that up there keep everybody informed what's going on so that they get the help they need up there.
Yeah.
Anyways, speaking of Washington, what's this latest indictment we see come down through here, Your Honor? What with that? Mr. Bolton?
Yes.
Mr. Bolton had a little issue with the justice system?
Like 1,000 pages of highly classified stuff he had there? Interesting.
Hey, what's that? That whole deal there, that whole dial-up sound you used to do, and used to get the sound there that said, "Hey, you've got mail." What? Why would you send classified documents through AOL mail to yours? AOL, Your Honor. Was that dial-up that he's using to send those classified documents through? Wonder why he got hacked by somebody and all the classified information got sold off to the highest bidder. Oh my! But he didn't do it, Your Honor. He is being what was the term? What's the term there that he was trying to use there, saying that they're just going after him, Your Honor. He didn't do anything wrong.
It's a witch hunt.
But that's the one. So. But anyways, so I don't know. I guess that's about all we really got going for you. Other than that, there's a bunch of videos out there. Somebody's made AI videos there, a bunch of memes, and they're picking on all the pickup trucks, Your Honor. They got like model trucks out that would be, I don't know, like your little, 1/32nd or 1/16th scale. They make them look like that, and they look, kind of almost like a kid's toy, but they're supposed to be more for the collector type thing. Kind of like, well, what you got there for your NASCAR collection? Those
right.
cars you got.
Yeah.
Except for they're showing the they're showing the Dodge Series with the leaking rear end and the bad transmission and all its problems, and then they show the F-Series Ford with the 6.0 motor with the injection problems. Man, I grabbed right onto that. There was a post there, and I got to figure out, I got to get it to Kyle, but I am sure Hot Shot Secret's going to be able to use this, because I'll tell you, remember, that's what that stiction eliminator was originally for when Chris made it, was the injectors there on those 6.0 Ford motors, and then of course Ford did something and didn't want it after he made it for them, but that's a whole nother story. And I guess thanks to that whole story and him needing a place to talk to people about it is where you and he came along for, what was he supposed to be on the air for? 5 minutes, 10 minutes there that night?
Maybe 30 at best, but then, yeah, he was there for the entire night.
Yep, and then he couldn't call home because his phone line was busy and didn't know what was wrong, that he couldn't get through to home.
They're not answering the phone. It's like,
found out
our phone lines are overwhelmed.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go. So
that's the history.
So anyways, what a way to start a story there, Your Honor. So anyways, we thank him and all the truck drivers, because if it wasn't for all the truck drivers back when that happened, he wouldn't have been here to do what he did for us. So anyways, that's a good thing. But anyways, I guess that's about all we got to report right now there. So not much new from yesterday. We did get the AM/FM put in the pickup the other day. So actually, it's got Bluetooth capabilities. So not only was I listening to the Steve Sommers app. Of course, you can get the app for both the Android and the iOS. And not only was I listening to the app on the new radio in the pickup, I actually was able to call the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive radio program at 844-844-3388 on the truck radio in the old 1989 F-350.
How about that?
Boy,
wow.
21st century technology in an 89 Ford. That's scary, Your Honor. All right, we'll let you go with all that, and happy Casual Friday. And remember, Casual Friday don't mean drive naked.
That is true. All right, Horse Feathers, have a great night. John Bolton, yes. The former national security, indicted by a grand jury in Maryland. Counts 1 through 8, transmission of national defense information. Counts 9 through 18, retention of national defense information. If convicted, that would be, we're talking decades in prison. Now, he's 76 years old, so essentially it would be a life sentence. 18 counts under the Espionage Act. John transmitted classified emails over a private server system, and they were intercepted by Iran, according to the indictment. According to the 26-page indictment, Bolton shared the classified documents with 2 unnamed relatives. While the indictment did not name the relatives, there was a previous leak to the New York Post that said he had shared documents with his wife and his daughter from on or about April 9th of 2018 through at least on or about August 22nd of this year. Bolton abused his position as National Security Advisor, sharing more than 1,000 pages of information about his day-to-day activities as the National Security Advisor, including information relating to the national defense, which was classified up to the top secret SCI level with 2 unauthorized individuals, namely individuals 1 and 2, is the way the indictment reads. He also unlawfully retained documents, writings, and notes related to the national defense, including information classified up to the top secret SCI level. He had that in his home in Montgomery County, Maryland. Now, John's documents with classified markings were released after the FBI raided his home back in August. And, of course, the FBI raided his home over the summer. Agents were sent to the home because he allegedly sent highly sensitive classified materials to family members from a private, unsecured email server while he was working at the White House during the first Trump administration. Investigators reopened a dormant probe into his alleged use of a private email to send classified national security documents to his wife and daughter from his work desk before his dismissal by Trump in September of 2019. The investigation began then in 2020 when he used classified information to write his book entitled The Room Where It Happened. Then just last month, new documents revealed that John stored classified information about weapons of mass destruction, as well as the United Nations, categories of potentially classified records that the FBI reported finding at his office included travel memo documents with a secret label, confidential documents from the U.S. mission to the United Nations, confidential documents related to strategic communications, classified documents related to weapons of mass destruction. FBI Director Kash Patel said anyone who threatens national security will be held accountable. So 18 counts. I don't know, that could get ugly. Monty, it's been a while. You crossed my mind here not that long ago. I said, boy, I hope he's okay, because we hadn't heard from Monty in a while. What's happening?
Yeah, hey, Steve. Yeah, not to go too much into the personal stuff, but since last November, Charlotte and I have attended 5 family funerals, starting with her mother, and then I had a sister in March, had an aunt in May, her stepdad in August, and then my dad just passed away October the 11th.
Wow, wow.
We just haven't been able to catch a break. So, yeah, and, you know, my dad got cancer. He was misdiagnosed for about 2 months. They couldn't figure out what was going on. But at any rate, much as you prepare yourself, you just, when it happens, it's still, you know, a lot to digest. But anyway, hey, I wanted to call about this HR 5688, and you probably talked about it a little bit. I don't know how much, but the guy that's introduced this bill, and I think it's David, is it Hauser? I think is his last name. I just looked at it there earlier today. But anyway, he's a pretty good guy. He's a pretty good dude. We got a really good relationship with him. A lot of people are on social media are poo-pooing the bill because it's still going to allow about 6,000 non-domicile CDLs, but they hope to have it pared down to that by 2027. And the reason for that carve-out is for farmers. They're mostly going to be for ag.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be vetted, and that's what they're going to be for, is for the farmers and stuff. But they think there's about probably in the neighborhood of 220 to 300,000 CDLs that's probably going to be downgraded, that won't be allowed to be, renewed or anything, because they're not going to renew the visas that these people got in on. So it's a good bill. And look, I mean, you know, from all the years of following trucking, there's no perfect bills, and you never get everything that you want. But, I mean, this is something that OIDA has really been working with these guys on. There's a lot of good guys supporting it. Troy Nels, Brian Babin. I think right now the bill has about 9 co-sponsors. And all those guys are really good guys. I mean, they're all good supporters of small business truckers. And I know there's a couple other bills out there. I think there's that one by, is it Beth Van Dune or Van Dyne?
Yes.
I'm not sure how to pronounce her name.
Yep.
Her bill, the other thing, too, is that this bill at 5688 probably has the best chance of being passed, and really it codifies into law everything that Trump and Sean Duffy have pushed for. And so, you know, if we don't get it codified into law, if God forbid we get, things switch around, you get somebody in there like we had,
Mm-hmm.
they could go back and undo all that, because it's basically all just executive orders right now. But anyway, the other bill is a little bit restrictive in that it would make it hard for Canadian and Mexican CDLs that are actually allowed under the USMCA.
Mm-hmm.
So that's look, I mean, we all want to be America first, and this is a bill that I think that obviously Trump would certainly support, and that carve out for the 6,000 ag non-domiciles, if that's the case. Those are to kind of placate the farmers right now. The farmers are kind of getting knocked in the chops over the tariffs and stuff right now.
Right, and the no soybeans sales to China. Right. Okay. Hey, we paused there. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com today.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tel today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Why do none of these Democrats put socialized health care in their states? And the answer, California looked at it, and they realized it would bankrupt us.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz says the federal government shutdown is dragging on because Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is being pulled by the progressive wing of his party. Cruz compared the current negotiations to earlier standoffs this year.
Back in March, when we had the last expiration of government funding, the Democrats actually worked in a bipartisan manner with Republicans, and we kept the government open. And Schumer almost lost his job.
He also noted that Democratic-led states could implement socialized health care immediately, but they have not, citing high costs. Democrats are holding firm on preserving health care subsidies as a key sticking point in any deal to end the shutdown. U.S. service members got paychecks this week despite the government shutdown.
The White House released a memo from President Trump directing the Pentagon to use unspent funding to pay the military. Those monies are replenished once the shutdown ends. Speaker Mike Johnson warned the move was a temporary fix. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Former Special Counsel Jack Smith is denying accusations that his investigation into President Trump was politically motivated.
The former special counsel defended the federal charges against Trump in an
an interview with former prosecutor Andrew Weissman at University College London and asserted the idea that politics played a role in who worked on that case or who got chosen is ludicrous. Smith also expressed concern over the Trump administration's attacks on perceived political enemies. Republican Congressman Jim Jordan has issued a letter demanding that Smith testify before the House Judiciary Committee. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 301 points, the S&P 500 fell by 41 points, and the Nasdaq dropped by 107 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
About a month ago, I came across a sentence in my textbook.
Kelby Murphy, a University of North Georgia student, is outraged after finding a textbook passage describing Christianity.
Describing identities, and one identity that it pointed out was Christianity. And in parentheses, the book reiterated that Christianity is a U.S.-based white supremacist group, which I was mind blown.
The school claimed to refer to the extremist Christian identity movement, but Murphy says the text clearly equates Christianity with hate. Both parents of a toddler found dead in a Georgia dumpster this week are now facing charges.
The father of 6-month-old Nakai Pratt is now facing a murder charge. Riverdale police say Antonio Pierce first reported Pratt as missing Sunday. The child's body was found Wednesday in a dumpster near where the family lived. Pierce was immediately held on unrelated charges and is now being held without bond for murder. The child's mother is charged with obstruction and false testimony. I'm Rebecca Hughes.
Measles cases continue to rise.
Cases are at a record high in the United States. The U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention says there have been an average of 27 new cases each week since the end of August. So far this year, the CDC says there have been 44 outbreaks. There were just 16 all of last year. The annual total is now above 1,500, the highest since measles was declared eliminated in the U.S. in 2000. I'm Jim Roop.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Friday comes our way. So we were talking to Monty there. And yeah, I think last evening I did share where there was some blowback in regards to that legislation, H.R. 5688, due to the fact that it would still allow the states to offer some of those non-domiciled CDLs. That report didn't say anything about, for the agriculture, primarily assisting the farmers, but it did. Yeah, I think the numbers they shared was something like 95% of the non-dom. I guess they used rounded numbers. Yeah, saying if there's 200,000, like 195,000 of them would not be able to be renewed or could be downgraded, I guess. But as you said, I guess OIDA is in support of the legislation. It ensures only individuals with lawful immigration status and a legitimate reason to operate commercial vehicles in the U.S. are entrusted with CDLs. So he says we're closing dangerous loopholes and restoring accountability. We must never, under any circumstances, jeopardize public safety, allowing those here illegally to get behind the wheel of a big rig. So I guess on Tuesday, OIDA actually did issue their call to action asking for you, the drivers out there, to reach out to your lawmaker about supporting the bill. The call to action says Representative Rouser has introduced legislation that goes hand in hand with President Trump's and DOT Secretary Duffy's plan to take non-domiciled CDLs off the road. H.R. 5688, the Non-Domiciled CDL Integrity Act, would permanently enact the restrictions on said drivers that were announced by the Trump administration back in September. And so you can find more at the Fighting for Truckers website. They asked, contact your representative, ask them to support this legislation to prevent unqualified individuals from ever getting a CDL. We've made it easy to contact your lawmakers because if you go to the fightingfortruckers.com website, they've got all the details about how to reach out to your respective representative. All right, they didn't have any numbers there as far as the co-sponsors, but Monty said you believe there's like maybe 9 of them right now. Welcome back, Monty.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Yeah, so and something that's not in the bill, but our DC guys are being told that outside of those 6,000 that will be allowed for like ag related purposes, farm stuff, whatever, that the only way you're going to get a non-domicile CDL is you'll have to use I believe it was an EB3 or E3B visa, not the H1. It's called an E3B, I think. And you'll have to get a company that will sponsor you, and they will have to then get a certificate from the Department of Labor that will prove that there's not enough drivers to fill the need. It's kind of like, how back when you had to file your authority and you had to prove way back when before deregulation, you had to prove that some customer wasn't being serviced. So it's going to be something like that. And those certificates from the Department of Labor are going to be like almost impossible to get. Otherwise, the only way you can do it, the only other avenue is that you'll have to have $100,000 to put down to get an H-1B visa to be able to get in. So, and again, just like you were reading there about the states and stuff, obviously, it's still going to have some oversight, and I'm sure they're going to have some teeth in it, kind of like what Duffy's doing with California right now, pulling back, $40 million in funding because they're not enforcing the ELP or whatever.
Yep.
So I'm sure that there's going to be some of that that they're going to keep an eye on it. But I just wanted to call in there and so, yeah, I mean, some of the groups that are talking about it, I mean, they're really slandering some. I mean, Troy Nels and Brian Babin. That's two of the best guys that's ever. I mean, they've been absolute godsends as far as for small business truckers, and some of the other ones too. I mean, the guy that's got this. You know, and I mean, look, politicians take money from everybody, Steve. And part of the thing is they're talking about that David is taking money from like companies like Old Dominion. You know, I didn't see anything specifically from ATA, but all those companies are ATA. The other reason that we'd like to see, we wanted to kind of put our weight behind this, is we think that he's probably going to be the next T&I chairman after Sam Graves steps down.
Okay.
So it's kind of one of those deals where you're trying to, you know, you want to get in good with the guy. But I mean, obviously, if we thought it was a bad bill, we wouldn't support it. I mean, Louis and Todd are both, you know, 100% sure that this is as good as we can go. So anyway, I just wanted to call in there and you know, give you a little inside baseball, I guess, if you will.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we needed some clarification. I was kind of curious what the stance was going to be there.
Yeah. So yeah, like I said, we're supporting it, and I think from everybody, from what they've talked to, and I mean, even though the Congress is still shut down, we are still working with some staff members. Maybe they're working from home or whatever, but we're still working behind the scenes to drum up support and try to move this thing forward. And again, like I said, this thing is pretty much mirrors exactly what Trump and Duffy have come up with in the executive order, and America First. You know, America First. So that's the game plan right there, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't plan on being a stranger or being gone so long as I have been, but hopefully
yes,
our life will kind of settle down a little bit. You know, getting old kind of sucks. You know what I mean?
I just celebrated a birthday 2 days ago. Yes, I know. We ain't getting any younger there, Monty.
I know, buddy. I know. Well, listen, we'll talk at you soon, Steve. Thanks a lot, buddy.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yes, have a great day. And yeah, what a stretch there. Yeah, what is 5 family members? Wow. All right, this week, Sapp Brothers announcing the opening of a new store located near St. George in southern Utah. Yeah, the new truck stop located at Tuquerville, Utah, off I-15, exit 27. Officially open for business October 14. 60 truck parking spaces here. The dining options include, what do you have? The Coffee Kettle Cafe, Burrito Brothers, Beans and Brews, and Lucille's Famous Fried Chicken. Full-service truck repair, what they call mom-approved restrooms, premium fueling, showers for the professional drivers. This opening marks an exciting chapter in our continued growth. Wouldn't be possible without the dedication, hard work, and teamwork of so many incredible individuals across the organization. Sapp Brothers now operating 17 other travel centers across the USA. So by no means one of the the big four, but they do continue to expand their footprint. Very good. Meanwhile, more than $2 million has been raised by the Truckers Parade Against Cancer in rural Virginia over the last 10 years. Held in Charlotte County, Virginia every year. Their most recent run happened here last weekend on October the 11th. The Truckers Parade Against Cancer began in 2000 with about 40 semi-trucks participating. Has grown to more than 200 trucks as it hits its 25th anniversary. That $2 million milestone is only made more impressive by the fact that Charlotte County is home to only some 12,000 people. The money collected through entry fees that come with a banner to honor cancer survivors and victims. That money is then donated to the American Cancer Society to support cancer research. were able to sponsor 2 research grants, one surrounding virus-triggered cancer from Duke University, the second surrounding earlier detection and better treatment for pancreatic cancer at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, according to the American Cancer Society. For a community that's a small community like this one, to raise $2 million, it's absolutely amazing, incredible. This should be run all across the nation. If we all join together, $2 million could turn into $200 million. Sarah Rucker is one of the cancer survivors from Fredericksburg who actually participated in the parade. All right, 844-844-3388. And, well, hello, Knuckle Buster. Happy Friday.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Hey, Horse Feather, that song is A Country Boy Can Survive by Hank Williams Jr. there. He even mentioned Rambler in that song, see?
Did he?
Said, preacher man said, yeah, he said, the preacher man says it's the end of time. Mississippi River, she's going dry. Interested up, start mugging down. Only get mugged if you go downtown, right? So, well, enough of all that. Go to a simplified shout out, Truck and Field, Caps Ron, Donut Man, and Mr. Steve Summers, as always. Steve, that P38 stands for a pair of 38 Hooters there. That's what it stands for.
Oh, yeah?
At least I think that's what it's saying. Yeah, right. There's numerous urban legends surrounding the P and the P38 there, but the most widely accepted explanation is it stands for puncture. The number 38 is said to represent the approximate number of punctures required to open a can of food up.
Okay.
So, all right, I got one for Cameron and Truck and Field. I still wear my original dog tags and got a P38, my original P38 on it. They itchy to me. So, I wonder if they still got theirs, Steve. I don't know. You never know. They might be simplified too hardcore Marines, right?
Right, could be.
Yep, you never know. Let's talk about insurance for a minute. I was married for 45 years to my licensed insurance agent in 3 different states, Tennessee, Arkansas, and Mississippi. The state regulates, and the federal government and the state regulate what the insurance company can charge you and what they can pay for, what they can't pay for. And like I told you off of the air one night, my lawyer, he'll research it for you for a couple of grand, and he'll tell you what you might as well just go get your own lawyer up there in Ohio, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, so it's all regulated. And you think you go out and start them insurance companies? I doubt it. They got a pocket full of money, and they got more lawyers than I got. My lawyer lives next door to me. I tell you what he told me when I talked about suing the hospital for over Tennessee passing because they were treating her wrong. He said, "Well, if you got a pocket full of money, I'll take care of it. We'll go to them. But if we lose, you're gonna owe me money." So there's your choice, you know. If he wins, it's all well and good. But if he don't win, he's still gonna want to get paid, right?
Yes, sir. Normally.
Yep, let's see. Yep, December the 1st is astronomical winter, and December 21st is the solstice.
Yes.
Yep. My advice, I'd start stocking up on some hot shot featured anti-jail right now, and I'm going to tell you what I'm going to be doing this weekend, Steve. I'm going to be tearing my 1985 BT 1100 Honda Shadow down, rebuilding it, boosting the fire up on it and all that good stuff, and putting a new paint job on it, make it better than it was there. So hopefully you keep all that bad weather. Well, I'd hate to have to see your mama over there to spank your britches. Putting a bunch of rain over there at my house.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know that's right, Jay. Well, hopefully we can get it all done in about a couple of months there. And I might ride it around a little bit, but I think everybody's wanting me to go ahead and sell it. And I'm like, why would I do that? I got an antique. Let's see, 85. How old is that now? Let's see. 25, 35 years, something like that. I don't think they make motorcycles like that anymore.
I don't think they do. No doubt.
Yeah, well, anyway, that's what I'm going to be doing this weekend. I got rid of that 850 John Deere tractor last weekend. I give it to Tennessee's niece. She bought the land and needed a tractor. I don't have any use for it. I sold the property over in Arkansas and built a lean-to for that tractor stuff back there off my shed. So it's good riddance because now I got more room in there than I know what to do with. See, I'll have to maybe shorten it up or something. No, I ain't gonna do that. So anyway, you got a good show going on, buddy. Y'all keep crying about them insurance companies. I guarantee you they got more money and more lawyers than what you'll ever. And the true winner of them football games, Vegas Butcher. And may the best team win. That's all I can tell you, Steve. Have a good morning. I'll call you later in that long.
All righty, there you go. So I do see NASCAR action this weekend, actually on NBC, supposedly. The biggest, the baddest, the NASCAR playoffs, Talladega Speedway, Super Speedway. Live on NBC, Sunday 2 Eastern time. So I guess that's NBC/Peacock. It is 844-844-3388.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
A couple of updates here. We've got, by the way, clear lines at 844-844-3388. I saw a blurb about oil prices. So I did a quick check. Yes. Oil prices coming down. We should see fuel prices beginning to drop. Watching the live trading action at this moment, the price per barrel is at $56.75. Earlier this past day, it was, I think I don't know if it was actually Trump that posted, but oil down to $57.50 at the time. So right now, under 57, 56. Obviously, things have been kind of fluctuating up and down. From Yahoo Finance yesterday, the headline said oil prices rebound after Trump claims India is going to curb their Russian oil imports. All right, I do have the rest of that story. Let's see. From the website Economy Middle East, crude oil prices fall to $61.04 as oversupply concerns mount ahead of the Trump-Putin. I guess they're going to have another meeting. I think saw a headline, something akin to Trump said he'd meet him in Hungary. I don't know, but just looking at some of the headlines, but indeed, oil prices currently at $56.75 a barrel. Way down. Meanwhile, the president, he made some references to beef prices this past day as well. President Trump said the administration's working to lower the price of beef in the country. Speaking to reporters at the White House, he made a brief statement. We're working on beef, and I think we have a deal on beef. The price of beef is higher than we want it, and that's going to be coming down pretty soon. We did something, he says, but he didn't elaborate. All right, what's been impacting beef prices so significantly? Quality steak, you'll get sticker shock when you pick up a nice-looking steak or a roast. Meanwhile, we'll give you more details coming up. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Democrats have once again blocked Republican plans to reopen the government, this time killing a bill that would have paid the U.S. troops. Only 3 Democrats broke ranks to support this measure. Republicans say the defense bill could be a vehicle to fund other key departments. But Democrats, led by Chuck Schumer, refuse to move forward, keeping the government closed and America's military funding in limbo. Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi's clash with a reporter on Capitol Hill is going viral.
Shut up.
Former Speaker of the House snapping at a reporter after being asked about allegedly denying requests to send the National Guard in during the 2021 Capitol riots.
I did not refuse the National Guard. The president didn't send it.
The reporter was from Lindell TV, an outlet founded by Trump supporter Mike Lindell.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 301 points, the S&P 500 fell by 41 points, and the Nasdaq dropped by 107 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those
who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, why is it costing so much to throw a steak on the grill? Beef prices have gone through the roof as of late. Now, record highs, they tell us. Beef prices climbing to record highs after cattle ranchers slashed their herds due to a years-long drought in the western U.S. that dried up lands used for grazing, raising the feeding costs. By the beginning of the year, the herd had dwindled to 86.7 million cattle. Now, they said that's the smallest number for the time period since 1951. The Meat Institute that represents meatpacking companies said it needed to learn more about Trump's plan to lower prices. Now, the administration of former President Joe Biden had blamed the meatpacking companies for the rising food cost. Just last week, the processors, Tyson Foods and Cargill, agreed to pay a combined $87.5 million to settle a federal lawsuit brought by consumers who accused the companies of conspiring to inflate beef prices by restricting supply. Yeah. Even with that 86 or 87.5 million, the companies have denied any wrongdoing. Meat packers like Tyson have lost money, they say, in their beef businesses as tight cattle supplies force them to pay more to buy animals to slaughter. Supplies tightened further this year after the Department of Agriculture halted imports of Mexican livestock to keep out the damaging pests that were spreading in Mexico. That was some sort of what was the name of that worm? Some sort of worm. Mexican cattle were formerly imported to be fattened in U.S. feedlots and then slaughtered in U.S. processing plants. And then you add on tariffs that Trump imposed on Brazilian goods have also slowed U.S. imports of Brazilian beef that was used to mix with U.S. supplies to make hamburger meat, apparently. Now, recently, some U.S. ranchers have begun taking the initial steps to start rebuilding the herd, but it takes about 2 years before beef output raises after they make those first moves to expand, because that's how long it takes to raise full-grown cattle, according to ranchers. Last month, Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins said the USDA in mid-October would provide details on a plan to revitalize the decimated herd that would not include payments to producers. Well, here we are, mid-October, and of course, President Trump just said, we did something, whatever that is. So that's everybody's kind of waiting now. What did we do? When might we see prices come down, right? All right, Eagle joins us here on a Friday, I guess making a head of steam, headed to the home 20 to get to the racing action this weekend. Welcome aboard.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm not rolling right now, but morning I'm headed. Over here in good.
I'm not sure exactly where you are, Eagle, but where it is, it's a place where you don't have a good cell. That's not going to work, is it? So, yeah, if he's not moving, I don't know if things ain't going to improve. Yeah, see if you can get a good signal and maybe ring us back up. Meanwhile, we'll see what's going on with Senor Heatwave on a Friday. What's happening?
Oh, good morning, Senor. I was about to ask you that. It was a screw worm.
That was it. That was it.
Yeah. Why? Yep. Hey, that rain that's hitting Alaska right now, from that remnants of the typhoon. Hell, I thought that was supposed to be hitting us earlier this week. Something happened to the jet stream and it slowed down, or what's going on with that?
Well, I mean, what we're getting, I think, is a separate storm from that.
Okay. Well, that must have been pretty damn big to be spread over a week, and that's already hitting y'all, and it's still up in Canada. Well, yeah, we're heading up to the Mile High, and I got to traverse over the bypass route going over the Johnson Tunnel. It's the Eisenhower going west and the Johnson going east. So I know there's a particular gentleman out there, porn star. He's so happy about the Johnson Tunnel. Swears it's named after him because it's so long. Anyways, I digress. Did you catch the hidden acronym when a blind man called in yesterday? Said he was so happy it's Thursday.
Yes, I did. I caught that. I got that. Hey, a shish kebab.
Yeah. It was like, holy crap. All right. Well, that was funny, and he didn't even give us a laugh or a snicker. I thought that's perhaps, yeah. So like the right wing nut would say, TGIF is toes go in first.
Right.
So, well, as far as the beef goes, and the two-time world champion bull hauler, he's always said, it takes about 2 years. You get your heifers in there and you get them bred, excuse me, and it takes about 9-10 months for them to pop one out, and you're going to have to wait at least another year for that calf to become big enough for slaughter. And yeah, with the solar panels and the solar farms, not too much, but the solar panels, if you got good grazing land out there, I mean, you can't very well have cattle roaming around solar panels. So, I mean, that land has just been rendered useless as far as feeding. And yeah, you need to have rain to produce, the feed for the cattle. So that's the reason why, in my estimation, is the reason why the beef prices got so high.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the tariffs and whatnot. Of course, then you've got especially if you get them from overseas, you just get the carcass. They put them in a freezer, and then you bring it over here, and then it's whoever gets that the meat carcasses. Then they're the ones that prepare it. So I mean, if you have something that's delivered live, well, it has to come from Mexico. But I don't know if Canada really has any great beef herds up there. Maybe we ought to start looking into alternative beef sources. And I'm not talking about that 3D printed meats or whatnot. Maybe we ought to start looking at, I don't know, wild cattle, deer, moose, elk, whenever season's there. I know we got plenty of damn pronghorn, what the hell they call it, antelope, out there in New Mexico. Of course, it'd take a whole bunch of that to even fill a niche group that likes that kind of meat. Yeah, I don't know. It's not like you can genetically engineer cattle to grow faster.
Right.
I mean, it just takes time, kind of like us. It takes time to get up to this old age to say, boy, I wish I was young again. So, well, I'm happy to say this morning there's no extracurricular incidences. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's been a quiet night so far. Hey, you ever think they're going to redo the NASCAR formula to figure out who the national champion is, or the Cup champion, as they call it now?
All I know is there's a lot of sentiment to go back to the old ways. 36 races.
Well, yeah.
Who has the best record over the entire year? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, hell, that's the way it was. It was a marathon of man and machine. And if your engine crapped out or you had to go take a leak or whatever you had to do, that's the reason why you had that big old diaper on underneath to keep you from having to
right.
Pull into the pits at halftime to take care of business and then go back out. So, I don't know. And any more about this Bad Bunny BS that they got for the halftime show? I know Charlie Kirk's group, Turning Point USA, is doing I guess they're doing an alternate show, which really I think I would rather watch that. Being that it would be a pro-American where everybody can understand it, and probably be a lot better music than what you get out of a rapper that insists we learn Spanish, damn it. It's like, no, I don't think so. I think the head people over there at the NFL offices in New York City, I don't know how high their tower is, but I think they're way the hell above where the better oxygen rating is. They need to bring themselves down and get back to the pulse of America. I mean, if they want the younger kids, fine. I don't know how they're going to be able to pay for those tickets to go to these games unless, the team really sucks and they're giving them away, and of course the food prices will have to go down. I mean, how many people can afford a $15 hot dog, which probably ain't much of anything, but a Nathan's hot dog and a hot dog bun and a $20 to $25 16-ounce cup of beer? Well, I'll tell you what, I'd be leaving that place awful damn hungry if I didn't fill up before I went. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to take your flasks of a liquid encouragement when you go in there. I'm sure they have metal detectors, and that'd be the first thing they find. So I don't know. Other than that, yeah, the price of oil going down. I mean, that's good for us, but my next question is, what is it going to do to the folks in the oil field? I mean,
right.
If they can only
at what level is the price? What is it? When does it get cost prohibitive? It costs more to get it out of the ground than it does to sell it. I don't know where those numbers are right now.
And it kind of, and it really makes me wonder, because some countries, like down south where Maduro is, I mean, they were just, and then the other Arabian countries that had oil, or still have oil, I mean, they're doing it at dirt cheap prices, selling their fuel to their people over there. And it's like, well, how in the hell can we get dirt cheap with $1 a gallon, which be like, what, 50 cents for the oil company, 5-cent profit for the sellers, and then the government gets their 50 cents or whatever. I'd be happy with that. But with the government, the roads being the way they are in most states out here, and the government wanting to push the electric car mandate, or trying to encourage, and them not paying road taxes. I don't know where these people are going to think they're going to get the money, except out of us that are just vehemently against driving an electric vehicle. So I guess that just means they're going to tack more damn taxes on there, to where it's $2 a gallon, and every dollar per gallon would go for the road fund, the highway fund. I don't know. I'm just rambling on here. I'm trying to take away the pain in my shoulder. I've taken Advil and 4, I was going to say butabutol, but that's not it. Ibuprofen, there we go. 200 milligram, and then I got me no-dose, 1 tablet in me, so I'm kind of buzzing right now.
Caffeine.
But anyways, yeah. All right, senor. Well, I'll let you go, folks. Let's do this again next week, all right? Y'all stay safe out there.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you much, Senor Heatwave. All right, I did quick pull on the details. What's it cost to get oil out of the ground? Or so where the price per barrel is at this moment, it's getting right into that threshold, where it will soon become cost prohibitive here for the North American shale operations. Obviously, I said it varies greatly by location. In the Middle East, for instance, typically the cheapest they can pull out of the ground is anywhere from $5 to $15 per barrel, due to vast accessible reserves. In Russia, higher cost, ranging from, say, 20 to 30 per barrel, because of remote, challenging regions like Siberia. North American shale, that's us, $40 to $60 per barrel, due to complex technology like fracking. Withdrawing oil in the North Sea, $30 to $50 per barrel, due to a harsh offshore environment and mature fields. The Canadian oil sands, anywhere from $40 to $70 per barrel, because of the complex process of separating and upgrading bitumen. Then you've got the Brazilian deep water, those offshore rigs, $30 to $50 per barrel, because of the deep water location and the advanced technology required. But that's kind of your answer. The Middle East, anywhere from $5 to $15 a barrel. So, in other words, when oil is selling at $80, $90, $100 per barrel, I mean, they are making bank. Whereas North American shale, $40 to $60 per barrel to get it out of the ground. I mean, they're making money when it's $70, $80, but nothing like the Middle East. Wow. Very interesting explanation. All right, we'll get back at it here in 2, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here. Let's get a take 2. Take 2 for Eagle. Got a better signal there. Welcome back, Eagle. Let's try again.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Sounds better. Yes, it does.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but yeah, you should be better. Signal shouldn't be no problem, but yeah, I'm over in Atlanta, Georgia tonight, rolling back towards Texas. Trying to get ready for that race on. Well, I might be able to make it there for Saturday for the qualifying, and the race is on Sunday, but they qualify the cars on Saturday, so I might try to make it to that on Saturday too. So yeah, it could be an action-packed week. Don't look like the weather's gonna be pretty good. I ain't heard nothing about no rain or nothing in Austin, Texas area, so that's good. That's good news. Yeah, and it should be a full crowd. It's always a sellout most of the time when they've had that race there. But with the economy being so bad like it is now, well, not bad, but everything's so expensive. Some people might not show up. But I'll definitely be there for that. But I wanted to say something about the NFL right quick before I get into the protest and the situation. Cincinnati, they looked good tonight. I was surprised, Joe Flacco, people thought he was washed up with what he did in Cleveland in the beginning of the year, but he went over to Cincinnati and seemed like he brought some life into their team, and they won the game tonight. So that's Cincinnati looked pretty good. Yeah, they got to still, I don't know if Joe Burrow, I don't know if he's going to come back this year or not, but, that division is basically wide open. They really ain't got no dominant team. Pittsburgh showed that tonight. So Baltimore, they're not going nowhere. They 1-5 right now, and so they only got 4 teams in the division. Cleveland, they're not going nowhere. So Cincinnati, they still can do something. If Flacco, can keep the offense moving, until Burrow come back, they might have a chance to at least get to the playoffs. But that division is basically wide open because Baltimore got some serious problems right now. And as far as the coaching situation goes, right quick in the NCAA, before I get to the protests, I was very surprised, and I really think he made a bad mistake. Steve, due to the fact that he's not going to get the type of athlete that he would have got at Penn State. And this coach at Indiana, He just signed a contract with Indiana, I don't know, $78 million or something. He made a bad mistake. I think he could have. Penn State is a much better program than where he's at right now. He's not going. I don't believe he'll win a national championship at Indiana because he's not going to get the type of athlete. He's a hell of a coach, and I think he missed out on a good opportunity. He should have took the Penn State job because it was his to take if he wanted it. But he decided to stay in Indiana. Maybe it was because they were loyal to him. When nobody else gave him a job, and when he was a nobody, maybe he felt like he obligated to stay around in Indiana. But I still believe he should have took that Penn State job. So
Big Ed
see
said
what he can do in Indiana. But
Big Ed said something. Big Ed said something about he got like a big raise yesterday or something. That's why he stuck around. I don't know.
He did. Yeah, he did. I told you he got he got like a $70 or $80 million contract.
Wow.
I think he's gonna be making $11 or $12 million a year. Yeah, he definitely got to upgrade in pay. He definitely got to. But Penn State would have probably gave him the same amount of money, if not more. I'm pretty sure Penn State, they got more money than the university. Indiana's been known as a basketball team. Basketball school, and he's the one that put them back on the map as far as football. They number 3 in the U.S. right now. So like I say, he might go on to do something good in Indiana, but like I say, I think he would have had a better chance at Penn State of making his move. But he definitely got the money, so that's all that really matters at this point.
All right.
Now,
well, hold that thought. We'll pause there and come back with what else you got on your mind this Friday morning. Meanwhile, don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. It's day 16 of the government shutdown, and the Senate once again failed to pass a GOP bill to reopen the government, the 10th failed vote. Democrats also blocked funding for the Pentagon, angering Majority Leader John Thune, who accused them of refusing to pay the troops. The Senate adjourned until Monday, guaranteeing the shutdown will stretch into next week. A federal judge blocked the Trump administration from laying off federal employees during the shutdown.
Unions asked the federal court to stop the move, calling the firings illegal. Susan Ilsted, a President Clinton-appointed judge, called the layoffs politically motivated. Her decision's expected to be appealed by the White House. White House Budget Director Russell Vought said the Trump administration could cut over 10,000 federal jobs during the government shutdown. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton Bolton has been indicted in Maryland on charges connected to alleged mishandling of classified documents.
I didn't know that. You're telling me for the first time, but I think he's, a bad person. I think he's a bad guy. Yeah, he's a bad guy. It's too bad, but it's the way it goes.
FBI agents searched Bolton's home and D.C. office back in August. Bolton is a one-time UN ambassador under George W. Bush, and he became a sharp Trump critic after leaving the administration in 2019. President Trump spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin today for over 2 hours ahead of his meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky tomorrow. Trump called the call productive and said he and Putin plan to meet in Budapest. Meanwhile, Russia launched more than 300 drones and dozens of missiles across Ukraine, striking civilian and military targets despite ongoing Ukrainian air defenses. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 301 points, the S&P 500 fell by 41 points, and the Nasdaq dropped by 107 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Thousands of Americans plan No King's Day protests this weekend, being held against President Trump. California Governor Gavin Newsom is urging peaceful demonstrations as rallies take place in cities nationwide.
Because there's one person that hopes you don't, that hopes there is disruption, there's some violence, and he will exploit that, and he will take advantage of that in a profound and consequential way.
Republican leaders are criticizing the events, calling them Hate America rallies. Harmful algae blooms appear to be clearing up along the Hudson River.
The nonprofit group Riverkeeper says the late summer bloom that popped up between August and September was a major concern because there are few water treatment plants that pull drinking water from the river. It comes as officials across the entire Hudson Valley region fight a federal judge's ruling to allow Holtec, the parent company of Indian Point, to decommission the power plant by dumping potentially radioactive water into the river. The New York State Attorney General has also joined the legal battle, as officials say they've worked for decades to clean up the river. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Nestle is planning to slash 16,000 jobs over the next 2 years.
It comes as the food giant wants to focus on products with the highest returns. It's a goal of the new CEO, who said the food and beverage giant has to change faster to keep from losing market share. The cuts will include 12,000 white-collar jobs and 4,000 other positions for what it estimates will be a savings of nearly $1 billion. I'm Wendy Swanson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, for our friends on the West Coast, welcome into a Friday. Indeed, as we cross over the midnight hour, 17th day of October. Now, weather permitting, it'll be a busy weekend at the corn mazes, pumpkin patches, fall festivities, haunted houses, all those good things. Of course, Mother Nature may throw a monkey wrench into those plans, as well as Friday night high school football, Saturday. What games may be impacted when it comes to college football? But there could be a handful. Saturday's supposed to be a pretty active day, as a matter of fact. Meanwhile, all right, we were chatting with Eagle there. He was moving on to the next topic of discussion this morning. Go ahead, Eagle.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to get into the situation with the these protests around the U.S. It's getting more and more violent and dangerous, Steve, by the day with these protesters. I don't know if you heard about the incident that took place yesterday. They claim that a car. I've seen the video myself. A car. These protesters or whatever you want to call them, they're trying to block the ICE vehicles, and after they apprehend somebody, these cars are pulling in front of the van or whatever they drive and blocking them in and trying to stop them from leaving. These guys, and then they got the nerve. to say that the ICE people are being violent. Well, what the hell are you supposed to do when somebody parks a vehicle in front of a police vehicle and tries to impede your progress? I don't blame him. I tear the damn hood off the car too. This guy this guy in a van, he drove right over the back bumper of a car, ripped it right off. The Iceman that was trying to leave the scene, and they have no choice. They got to do what the hell they got to do. If somebody want to park a vehicle in front of your car, what are they supposed to do? Can you explain that to me, Steve? What are they supposed to do if somebody try to block your progress?
Well, it depends on where you're at in the country. Some places, like Florida said, if you feel like you're threatened, just keep on going. But other places, no.
Yeah, well, I've seen people stand in front of cars, at these ICE facilities around, in Portland and in Chicago. These stand in front of a vehicle, like I say, I don't want to see nobody get run over. But, if you're standing in front of a vehicle trying to impede progress, whatever happens. That, you've been warned. The man, he tell you a couple of times, get the hell out of the way. What is he supposed to do? Back up back down the street? Because this guy don't want to get out of it because he wants to impede his progress. It's just getting to be ridiculous. And like I said, somebody's gonna get hurt real bad in the very near future, Steve, if not killed, if they continue with this type of behavior.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've told you this before about the protests. Like I said, nothing. I hate to repeat myself again, but nothing good happens after dark. I don't understand why these people are not implementing a no protest after dark mandate. You got all daylight to do what you got to do. Like I said, once it gets dark, these people need to get off the street. There's no need for these people to be out all night long causing problems and chaos, because, like I said, somebody's gonna get hurt if not killed in the very near future. And, you know, I know you heard about these. Now they got bounties. Now they say that these people are putting bounties on the head of these ICE units, $2,000, $5,000, and I think they said they got a $50,000 bounty if you kill one of these ICE agents. You know, that's getting a little, you know, that's taking it a little bit too far now when you're putting bounties on people's head. And then, like I said, eventually somebody's going to get hurt in this situation. So, you know, the sad part about it is, Steve, like we said before, is that these people are protesting against for people that are in the country illegally. That's what really makes no sense whatsoever. To show you how stupid these people are, you know, for them to be out there night after night doing what they're doing. There's probably a protest going on as we speak right now in Chicago, Portland, or somewhere, you know, right now as we speak. There's the idiots out there protest L.A. and whatever the next city is that Donald Trump decides to go to. It's going to be the same thing, unfortunately. And like I said, they need to do something about these people. You know, because like I told you a couple of nights ago and the other night, Steve, you know, these scenes that we're seeing here in America on the streets, you know, like I said, when I was younger, I never thought, you know, I used to see this type of activity in other countries. And I'd say to myself, boy, I'm glad I don't live over there. I never thought I would see these same scenes in the streets of America. With with smoke bombs and, you know, all kind of stuff going on, police being attacked by pedestrians, you know, citizens. Never thought I would see that in the streets of America, but it's happening in America, and it's really a damn shame. And these people, they ought to be ashamed of themselves for what they're doing. So eventually, hopefully, they'll get things under control and get these people under arrest and where they belong. But like I said, it all starts with the mayors and governors of these states. You see in Memphis, you know, with the cooperation of Memphis, they haven't had no problems whatsoever because the governor and the mayor of Memphis, they wanted the help of Donald Trump and his ICE people, and you don't see none of the protests out in the streets that you see in Chicago. So I don't understand why these mayors in Chicago and LA and Portland can't do the same thing and cooperate with the situation and all the violence to go away. All they got to do is take a look at what's going on in Memphis, and they can see what cooperation does. You don't have no chaos. You don't have no people out in the streets fighting with the police. You got total cooperation, and that's the way it should be. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, if we don't talk to you before, enjoy your racing action this weekend there. Texas. Formula One. All right, let's see. Update. Battling the drug cartels. Yeah, President Trump, I guess, tried to send a loud and clear message. The U.S. Sent 3 Air Force B-52 bombers to skirt the borders of Venezuela in international airspace. ABC News reported the nuclear-capable bombers flew for hours off the coast of Venezuela. Yeah, following the president's comments that the administration is considering possible ground strikes, part of the campaign against the drug cartels. The bombers, which took off from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, marking one of the most visible displays of U.S. military power in the region, the B-52 Stratoforces. Yeah, a long-range subsonic heavy bomber that can project power across international or intercontinental distances while carrying a large, flexible loadout of conventional munitions. Some of the B-52s are actually equipped to carry nuclear armaments, but designed for extended missions with a crew of about 5 to 7 individuals, advanced radar targeting systems, robust communications, electronic countermeasures, the endurance to perform strategic bombing, standoff strikes, and maritime patrols. Now, so there's no indication they actually encroached on Venezuelan airspace, but this on the heels of the president saying he had indeed authorized CIA operations in Venezuela. When asked whether the administration would expand military action to land targets, Trump said officials were certainly looking at land now because We've got the sea very well under control, as he put it. It is 844-844-3388. Interesting times we live in, folks.
We know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
See where Alan Jackson, I guess, is his final show. One more chance to catch him live. And all the tickets sold out in the pre-sale, as they put it. Pre-sale. And I guess that means scalpers were buying them up in mass. And a lot of people saying, how could this even be legal? Looking at a map where this individual was trying to check out ticket prices. She said, why is this allowed? True country music fans, or any genre for that matter, will never be able to access decent tickets because of this scam that allows the scalpers first pick, and then they turn around and charge quadruple the price. So they've got the layout of the arena there, nosebleed section. Yeah, closer to the stage, but way up, like $334. Yeah, a little bit further back, $853, $858. Yeah, nearly $1,000 for anything facing the stage but I mean, as far back as you can get. Yeah, they're showing tickets up toward what they call the pit, like nearly $2,500 a ticket. That is insane for a country music concert. All right, Pappy on a Friday. So are we patrolling the streets, keeping law and order tonight?
Well, tonight, yes. Not as we speak.
All right, gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, Steve, I can listen to a country concert free of charge. Well, maybe the price of electricity to put some headphones on and hit a button. $2,500. Jeez. Steve, I can remember, this ain't no lie, back in oh, God, 77, 78 maybe. There was a group take on it. Oh, man, Alzheimer's is kicking in, Steve. Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin.
Right.
Cincinnati. Right. And there was a dude in high school that was working in like the print shop or something. Well, he made these fake tickets. And I bought one for me and my little girlfriend, Joanne. Bought 2 tickets off this dude. And we're in line. And some guy in front of us tried to get in without a ticket. And the ticket guy was kind of pushing him away. And he reached out and grabbed his hands on the rails to stop from being pushed. A Cincinnati copper pulled out his nightstick and whacked this dude's hand, man. He ended up roughing him up a little bit. And I'm right behind him with these fake tickets going, oh, my goodness, I'm in trouble. And I think that's because of the ruckus that was happening right in front of us. That guy just took our tickets, didn't even look at them, man. Get in there, Tom. Come on.
Yeah, right?
Good time. I can see Led Zeppelin. Yes, sir. Hey, Eagle, talking about these ICE agents. We talked about before being masked up and how the left is trying to just turn this all around. Yeah, Steve, he's totally correct that there's been bounties put out, hits on ICE agents. Who's the Homeland Security directors at Pam Bondi?
Kirsty Noem. Kirsty Noem.
Kirsty Noem, yeah.
Yep.
Bondi's FBI. She was on the news saying that this is a fact. They literally had to transfer some ICE agents, get them out of some areas because of the bounties put out on them. Remember me telling you about that maximum prison video I shared on Facebook?
Mm-hmm.
They were talking to the guards. They were all masked up. And the guards were saying, we have to mask up. We have to protect our identity for fear that any of these inmates get any word outside, even though it's a maximum prison, Steve. And I mean, they locked them up tight, believe that. But you never know. You get somebody on the inside that's bad, right? So these guards were really feared for their safety, man. That's why they said they were masked up. Kind of stole my thunder with the B-52s. I didn't hear you mention it, and yes, sir. Did you hear this, too? It came out on the news yesterday or the day before. The CIA's in Venezuela, Steve.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Well, what's that tell you? What does that tell you, Steve? That they've been there. They have been there, and now it's been leaked. Just to put the heat on Venezuela. Doing what they do best, overthrow country, Steve, just like they were trying to overthrow ours. Hopefully we got some bad cats out of the CIA. I think they're getting ready to do some business down there, Steve, big time. We talked about some of the boats that left a few weeks ago, about a month ago maybe. All this talk with the B-52s, they mentioned all these helicopters and SEAL teams and all. We already knew they were down there. I already knew CIA was down there doing their thing, Steve. And I think they're getting ready to do something. That's a fact. We'll see. Another concern I got, Steve, is you had government officials. I think somebody I think it was an admiral from the Navy making comments about Hamas not laying down their arms.
Yes.
So what happens, Steve, if this keeps up? Right? What's going to happen? Are we going to get involved in disarming Hamas now?
Well, Trump threatened to bomb the hell out of them if they don't.
Just saying. Leave it up to Israel. I don't know. Guess you heard John Bolton got indicted?
Yes, 18 counts.
Yes, sir. 18 counts. Came out yesterday, but the indictment was sealed, so they didn't really have a whole lot of information. His attorney came out saying, it's his book deal. You know, all these people that write books, that's what the big guys, Biden's excuse was, right? He was writing a book. To sell the book, we'll give you some inside scoop, give you some classified information. Supposedly it's all been okie dokie to be released, but the White House is saying, no, it wasn't. You got to go through Congress to get that stuff approved to be released. So we'll see what happens with him. I don't know if they're stepping on him to try to get him to do some more talking. You know, trying to work out a deal with him. I'd like to see some bigger names. Bigger names go down, Steve. Did you see Mitch McConnell? Did you see that video of Mitch McConnell?
Yes.
Walking down the hallway.
Yeah.
Man. See, listen. There's a time to go. You know, how is this man still making decisions that affect this country? That's my point behind all this. And when it's time to go, it's time to go. And his time to go was a long time ago. Got plenty of money, pal. You're getting old. Go try to enjoy life while you got a little bit of your senses left.
Yep.
Jeez. Kind of sad to see, honestly. I mean, you know, we don't, like you said the other night, we don't wish ill on anybody. Even the Bidens, we don't want to wish any ill on them. Nancy Pelosi was out yelling at reporters again. Dude, she lost her temper. She was yelling at them, shut up.
Yep.
But the left wants, right? Shut up. You don't talk. You don't have an opinion. That's up to us. Oh, boy. All right, bud. That's all I got.
All right, Pappy. Back to work for the weekend, right? Okay. Hey, we're up to news break. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Democrats have once again blocked Republican plans to reopen the government, this time killing a bill that would have paid the U.S. troops. Only 3 Democrats broke ranks to support this measure. Republicans say the defense bill could be a vehicle to fund other key departments. But Democrats, led by Chuck Schumer, refuse to move forward, keeping the government closed and America's military funding in limbo. Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi's clash with a reporter on Capitol Hill is going viral.
Shut up.
Former Speaker of the House snapping at a reporter after being asked about allegedly denying requests to send the National Guard in during the 2021 Capitol riots.
I did not refuse the National Guard. The president didn't send it.
The reporter was from Lindell TV, an outlet founded by Trump supporter Mike Lindell.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 301 points, the S&P 500 fell by 41 points, and the Nasdaq dropped by 107 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Back on a Friday. And indeed, rolling into the weekend. Meanwhile, the flooding in Alaska, several brought up earlier in the program. Earlier this week, rescuers in western Alaska working to find missing residents and help the more than 1,000 people displaced after ferocious hurricane-force wind gusts from what once was Typhoon Halong tore through remote coastal communities, unleashing record-breaking storm surge, in some cases shoving homes completely off their foundation. At least one person, an adult female, dead. The Alaska Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management said officials are working to notify relatives before releasing her name. 2 were still unaccounted for as of Monday. At least 51 people and 2 dogs had been rescued in one village since the weekend. About 1,400 others displaced to shelters, according to a local tribal health agency. The sparsely populated villages like 400 miles southwest of Anchorage. Search efforts Sunday throughout Monday involving the Air National Guard, the Army National Guard, and the U.S. Coast Guard. Some search and rescue efforts actually involved helicopters plucking people off rooftops at homes surrounded by feet of flooding waters. So that's what they were dealing with. Now, they said wind gusts were akin to a Category 1 or 2 hurricane. Wind gusts hit 107 miles per hour in Kosovac, while the nearby Toksuk Bay recorded a gust of 100 miles per hour. Those winds drove dangerous storm surge, pushing feet of water onto land, major flooding in coastal areas. The storm, as we mentioned, was once Typhoon Halong, the powerful tropical system that formed in the northern Philippine Sea earlier this month. It skirted by Japan without making landfall, then crossed the North Pacific. It was no longer tropical by the time it entered the Bering Sea over the past weekend, but it still had a lot of power. The storm moved through northern Alaska late Sunday, then pushed into the Arctic Sea early Monday. And they've been kind of picking up the pieces ever since, they tell us. Well, it's been a few days, but I guess Philip had a few vacation days. Welcome aboard on a Friday.
Yeah, I did, buddy. I appreciate y'all having me. 107-mile-an-hour wind, man. That's kind of like what we got down here for Milton when we had Milton, and it ain't nothing to play with, man. It'll tear you up. A gust will, even at 100 mile an hour.
Mm-hmm.
So that's some pretty bad stuff there. Before I start, Steve, I want to give my condolences to Ace Frehley's family and friends. I don't know if you know who Ace Frehley is, but he was in a band called Kiss, and
right,
and he passed away. And I guess he took a fall and hurt his head pretty bad, so it messed him up pretty rough. But I want to give my condolences out there. I don't think there's too many of us out here who don't know who Kiss is, and excuse me, what they did for the music biz, and they he put a lot of guitars in the hands of a lot of kids, and some of those kids turned in to be some pretty professional entertainers. So, we need to give him his kudos. So kudos to you, Ace, and rest in peace, buddy. Yeah, I've been on vacation, just taking it easy. I've been keeping up, but it sounds like there's going to be some excitement this weekend with these protests and stuff. Have you been hearing a lot up there by Cincinnati?
Not really. I mean, there's supposed to be some 2,000 events around the country. I know earlier this year when they had the first No Kings, Pappy kind of filled me in where they were, and he said most of those that were there were like older people, and didn't have any issues here, didn't have any troubles, per se.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with somebody going down to City Hall or going down to the courthouse and doing a civil protest, that kind of thing. But when you start getting in the middle of the streets and blocking people in with your vehicles and causing a ruckus and making it to where they got to throw tear gas and all this stuff out there to hurt, to put somebody back, to get them back, or whatever they got to do to subdue them. I think that's a little bit overzealous with your protesting thing, and to go out and riot and all that's when you start rioting and start tearing up people's stuff and stealing and all that kind of stuff. Now that's just plain daggone pain in the butt. You need to be taken care of. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be derogatory about it, but that's what's got to happen. That's the way it's set up down here in Florida. You do that mess and you just go into jail. That's what needs to happen. You don't need to be doing that. I mean, there's other ways of getting your point across other than tearing something up or stealing somebody's stuff and making it rough on your local businesses. As far as ICE goes, I do agree with Pappy. The reason a lot of those guys have their face covered and stuff, they have to have it covered. It's because when you have, death threats and whatnot. I mean, even these guys, Steve, what do you think about these SWAT teams? These SWAT teams go in, don't a lot of those guys cover up?
Yep.
They do that because they want to protect themselves and their families, And you think about these guys that are in the military when they go in and do an offensive in war, there could be ramifications for their family depending on what's going on. And you were talking about the B-52 earlier. That's a big bird. And when you see that big guy coming in, they're going to be trouble. And these are been around for a long time. These guys they've been, as far as a bomber fleet goes, they're the old guys in the bomber fleet.
Yeah.
And when they bring a B-52 in, that's some serious business there, man. Because them boys will drop a Moab. If you want to take the Google search and look up Moab and check out a Moab bomb, that's a big boy. That's 30,000 pounds. That's almost as much as a semi. Hey, half of a semi there. So it ain't nothing to play with. And did you get my pictures on that launch, Steve?
I did indeed. Yes. Yes.
I got up yesterday morning. I had a trip. I went over by the villages yesterday and visited with my wife's cousin. But before I timed it where that launch was happening, so I woke up a little bit early, and I went out in the street and actually watched it without any phone on. I took the pictures, of course, but as far as watching the launch as it's happening on the internet or whatever, I watched the launch just take off like you would see, like just going out and looking at it, and it was really cool. It had some really cool pictures. I don't know if you wanted to post those. If you want to, you can post them. And a lot of my friends out there that I've met on the show, if you need them, I'll get them to you. But it was a fun time just to sit out there and watch it without any kind of television thing going on or a phone thing or anything like that. Just watching like we used to back when we were kids. We didn't follow the countdown or nothing. You just watched it take off, and it was neat seeing it. And it was a good launch. It left a lot of stuff at the end of it that when the sun came up, it was beautiful. Mm-hmm. It made the sky look really cool. So, but that's all I pretty much got tonight, bud. Sorry I've been around this week, but we had some vacation time planned, and I'm heading it back today. I'm getting ready to walk into this Walmart here and do some work for today. So y'all have a safe day, and we'll catch you later.
All right. Enjoy your day. If you can enjoy your day working, right? Meanwhile, let me see here. The Wyoming Department of Transportation said work is on track to reopen the westbound Green River Tunnel next month. After months of closure following that fiery crash, the DOT announcing that the westbound I-80 tunnel near Green River should reopen by the end of November. When the tunnel reopens, drivers should expect reduced speeds. The DOT says the lighting infrastructure installation will not be completed by the time the tunnel reopens for the winter season. Once the westbound tunnel is reopened, locals and interstate traffic should be prepared for an estimated week-long detour of eastbound traffic through Green River as crews remove the concrete barrier, reset the cable barrier, remove all the traffic control that's in the eastbound lanes. In the weeks to come, crews will be constructing striping, guardrails, temporary traffic control, as well as signage, they tell us. It's been closed since February 14th of this year. That was that massive 26 vehicle pileup that occurred in the tunnel. A major fire, 3 people lost their lives, and major damage to the actual structure of the tunnel itself. Then in the state of Pennsylvania, get ready. They are spearheading a multi-week traffic enforcement effort targeting aggressive drivers. PennDOT announcing that a stateside aggressive driving enforcement wave will be held starting Monday, the 21st, continuing through November 10. During the enforcement period, law enforcement agencies will increase patrols, be looking for aggressive driving behaviors, speeding, tailgating, failing to obey bus safety laws, ignoring the move over law. Every driver can make the choice to keep our roads safer, according to Safety Press Officer Emily Swecker. Other agencies participating in the enforcement effort will include the South Strabane Police Department, the South Strabane Fire Department, and Highway Safety Network. If you encounter an aggressive driver, we offer the following tips. Get out of their way. Do not challenge them. Stay relaxed. Avoid eye contact. Ignore rude gestures. Don't block the passing lane if you're driving slower than most of the traffic. And do not attempt to follow or pursue the vehicle. You or a passenger may call the police, but if you use a cell phone, please pull over to a safe location. They're trying to avoid road rage incidents, which oftentimes can end very ugly.
One of the final hooks of the 2025 season happened in Lancaster, Ohio, and some big names hold some big distances. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, I'm the voice of the NTPA Overnight Report, Greg Hunter. Region 2 is still pulling for the 2025 season, and the Classic Superstock started off a chilly Monday evening in Lancaster, and they did not disappoint. Of the 12 in the class, the top 10 all went over 300 feet. Finding their way on the podium was Jarek Simmons aboard Crushing It, going 315.1, which was good enough for third, just behind Eric Simmons and Midnight Squeeze and the 315.2. Neither were quite a match, though, for David Charles Spillman aboard Smokin' Ace and his 318.7. Moving over to light pro stock tractors, the distances were a little more spread out. The Boss with Tom Schaefer took third with 297. In second, Jordan Stroud at 321. And the top spot going to Kevin Banian on Forgiven with a very impressive 353, which was easily good enough for first. The two-wheel drive trucks brought out some big Grand National names like Sullivan, Petro, and Mayhill, just to name a few. The top 5 included Lucas William Heilman and his Buckeye Hooker 2 in 5th place, Donnie Sullivan with Big Stick in 4th. Third went to Kelly Nichols aboard One Fine Edge with a pull of 305. In second was Russ Nichols on the Edge, 306. However, Brent Seacrest seemed to have the Lancaster track figured out with his hook of 320.5. And for you non-math people, that's 14 feet on the rest of the field to take the win. Finishing out the evening were the modifieds, and the field put some big numbers on the board. The top 5 included names like Caden Frey on Totally Freight in 5th, Todd Feist drove Snow Farmer into 4th, Galen Barja piloted the Rhino Ag Judge Next Generation into 3rd with a pull of 348, Terry Feist took the Feisty Farmer 353, which was good enough for 2nd, and Wayne Sullivan took his gorgeous Kentuckian on a glorious ride to 359 feet for yet another win in his storied career. There is one hook remaining on the 2025 schedule, and it happens in Raleigh, North Carolina. And if you love pulling, it's a great way to end the season. 4 sessions over 3 days starting on Friday the 17th, running through Sunday the 19th. From minis to light pro stocks to modified and two-wheel drives, the finale of the 2025 season will not disappoint. If you can't be there in person, you can watch via Full Pull Live. And if you can't watch live, you can watch the NTPA Championship polling every week on RFD TV. New episodes premiere every Wednesday at 8:30 Eastern. This week, light mods and modifieds from Toma will be taking the track during the 2025 Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals. As the season is wrapping up, now is the time to gear up for the 2026 polling season at the NTPA shop, which is online now at shopntpa.com. Shirts, hoodies, hats, collectibles, all are now just a click away at shopntpa.com. Keep up with everything from the NTPA by going to ntpapoll.com. You can find schedules, results, apply for one of our many student scholarships, and so much more at ntpapoll.com. It's a one-stop shop for everything NTPA. And this last reminder, the last hook of the season happens in Raleigh, North Carolina, the weekend of the 17th. There are going to be 4 hooks over the course of 3 days, and you can watch now at fullpolllive.com. For the NTPA Overnight Report from the national headquarters of the National Tractor Pullers Association in Marion, Ohio, I'm Greg Hunter.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, a story that Rubber Duck shared earlier this past day out of Indiana. A man killed Wednesday afternoon following a 3-vehicle crash on U.S. Highway 20. That investigators say was caused by a semi-driver without a CDL who was attempting to illegally pass traffic. About 1:25 p.m., October 15, Portage Police and fire units were dispatched to the intersection of US 20 and Douglas Drive. Serious crash involving a white Freightliner semi with a refrigerated trailer a black Subaru, and a white Ram Sprinter van. Responding officers arrived to find the Subaru crushed on the driver's side, the Sprinter van pushed off the roadway and into a business sign, and the semi jackknifed across both westbound lanes. Driver of the Subaru pronounced deceased at the scene. Officers confirmed the collision required an extended recovery effort due to the severity of the vehicle damage. The deceased driver, a 54-year-old, identified as Jeffrey Eberly of Mishawaka. But they obtained surveillance video from a business located nearby. According to the affidavit, the video shows the eastbound Ram Sprinter van slowing to a stop in traffic. Moments later, the white Freightliner can be seen rapidly approaching from behind. Rather than stopping or changing lanes to the right, which was open, the semi-driver moved into the westbound lane, crossing into the opposing lane, trying to pass the stopped van. The video shows the Freightliner striking the black Subaru head-on, pushing it north toward Douglas Drive before jackknifing and slamming into the rear of the Sprinter van. The driver of the semi, 41-year-old Borko Stankovic, told police he owned both the truck and a company called Move RPM Incorporated. Officers discovered he was carrying only a regular Illinois driver's license marked Federal Limits Apply, not a commercial driver's license. Investigators found no record of Move RPM Incorporated in federal DOT registries and determined Stankovic was not authorized to operate a commercial vehicle. He was read Indiana's implied consent law for fatal crash investigations, transported to the Northwest Health Portage Hospital for a blood draw. Detectives concluded he was operating a commercial truck without proper licensing or authorization, made an illegal, reckless maneuver that caused the fatal crash. Court filings state his actions showed disregard for training and safety requirements necessary to handle a large vehicle on a 45-mile-per-hour roadway. So he is now facing numerous charges, and he's also been placed on an ICE detainer. He is looking into the fact, was he actually in the country legally or not?
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. It's day 16 of the government shutdown, and the Senate once again failed to pass a GOP bill to reopen the government, the 10th failed vote. Democrats also blocked funding for the Pentagon, angering Majority Leader John Thune, who accused them of refusing to pay the troops. The Senate adjourned until Monday, guaranteeing the shutdown will stretch into next week. A federal judge blocked the Trump administration from laying off federal employees during the shutdown.
Unions asked the federal court to stop the move, calling the firings illegal. Susan Ilsted, a President Clinton-appointed judge, called the layoffs politically motivated. Her decision's expected to be appealed by the White House. White House Budget Director Russell Vought said the Trump administration could cut over 10,000 federal jobs during the government shutdown. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton has been indicted in Maryland on charges connected to alleged mishandling of classified documents.
I didn't know that. You're telling me for the first time, but I think he's, a bad person. I think he's a bad guy. Yeah, he's a bad guy. Too bad, but it's the way it goes.
FBI agents searched Bolton's home and D.C. office back in August. Bolton is a one-time UN ambassador under George W. Bush, and he became a sharp Trump critic after leaving the administration in 2019. President Trump spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin today for over 2 hours ahead of his meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky tomorrow. Trump called the call productive and said he and Putin plan to meet in Budapest. Meanwhile, Russia launched more than 300 drones and dozens of missiles across Ukraine, striking civilian and military targets, despite ongoing Ukrainian air defenses. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 301 points, the S&P 500 fell by 41 points, and the Nasdaq dropped by 107 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Thousands of Americans plan No King's Day protest this weekend, being held against President Trump. California Governor Gavin Newsom is urging peaceful demonstrations as rallies take place in cities nationwide.
Because there's one person that hopes you don't, that hopes there is disruption, there's some violence, and he will exploit that, and he will take advantage of that in a profound and consequential way.
Republican leaders are criticizing the events, calling them Hate America rallies. Harmful algae blooms appear to be clearing up along the Hudson River.
The nonprofit group Riverkeeper says the late summer bloom that popped up between August and September was a major concern because there are a few water treatment plants that pull drinking water from the river. It comes as officials across the entire Hudson Valley region fight a federal judge's ruling to allow Holtec, the parent company of Indian Point, to decommission the power plant by dumping potentially radioactive water into the river. The New York State Attorney General has also joined the legal battle, as officials say they've worked for decades to clean up the river. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Nestle is planning to slash 16,000 jobs over the next 2 years.
It comes as the food giant wants to focus on products with the highest returns. It's a goal of the new CEO, who said the food and beverage giant has to change faster to keep from losing market share. The cuts will include 12,000 white-collar jobs and 4,000 other positions for what it estimates will be a savings of nearly $1 billion. I'm Wendy Swanson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, as we get that final hour underway. Yeah, I want to see what's going on. Shorty sends me the market update. What's going on in the markets? The chip maker AMD has had a great month. Up more than 45% since October 1. Yeah, the stock kept moving higher yesterday, trading up after some analysts raised their price targets. Flashback. Earlier this month, AMD announced a deal with OpenAI and another partnership this week with Oracle. So makes sense why the stock is skyrocketing. Earnings season officially underway. Big banks and other companies reporting this week. Going for 10. Morgan Stanley beat earnings and said they're approaching $10 trillion in assets. Bank of America beat Wall Street's estimates, powered by strong investment banking returns. And the Dutch chip maker ASML had a strong quarter, stating that chip demand is still high. Meanwhile, trade tensions have been heating up with China, but the newest Fed governor has a solution: cut rates. Stephen Mirren, who President Trump appointed to the Fed board, said trade tensions rising are another reason to cut rates. Why? Well, because new tariffs on China could slow down the U.S. economy. Cutting rates could help boost it to take away that risk. All right. United We Fly. United Airlines reporting earnings said people are still traveling. Yeah, why does that matter? Well, some economists follow travel trends closely to monitor the economy. United said they expect a strong holiday travel season ahead, which means people are still opening their wallets. Stellantis, meanwhile, which owns the car brands like Dodge and Jeep, is moving some of its production back to the United States from Canada. Now, that to avoid new tariffs on car imports from Canada. Stellantis will produce their Jeep Compass vehicle in Illinois. That's going to create about 5,000 new jobs at that plant. The jelly giant J.M. Smucker is suing Trader Joe's, saying the grocery chain copied its Uncrustables product. Okay, who knew peanut butter and jelly wars could get so heated? Okay. Anything else in the mix here? Shifting tides. For the past couple of years, the number of houses for sale, known as inventory, has been climbing in Florida, but now that's starting to change. The number of homes for sale is on the decline, which could help sellers in the state, according to the experts. Mortgage rates have dropped from their 20 years highs, but Zillow says that's not enough. Zillow says rates would need to go to about 4.5% for housing to actually become affordable again. Now, they did say a drop that significant is unrealistic at this point in time. It is 844-844-3388. And hello to the blind man on a Friday.
Good morning, good morning. I am really thrilled that indictments are coming through. Can't wait to hear Hillary being indicted. Trump is really going after the January 6th people, and Nancy Pelosi, I understand, had a meltdown yesterday.
She did.
You were talking about some of the stocks. I have AMD and some of these other stocks. I'll have to see how they're doing. I can ask my electronic girlfriend to give me some quotes later on. And my favorite stock, the one that my financial advisor, every now and then he'll let me play a slot machine, so to speak, and Rocket Lab was one of them, and boy, did that one hit the jackpot. I don't know how it closed yesterday, but I remember buying it about a year or two ago for $5 a share, and it's up to about $65 a share last I heard.
Wow.
Let's see what else is going on. Yeah, about Alaska. My sister lives in Anchorage, and if they had bad weather, she would have called me and let me know. So, yeah, every now and then they really get a really bad hurricane or typhoon, I guess they're called in that part of the world.
Right.
I know in the wintertime, she would tell me it's like 20 below, and then the next day when they get the warm winds from Hawaii, it's above freezing, which, freezing and thawing and thawing and freezing. And luckily for her, she's got somebody to, shovel her driveway for her. And she'll tell me in December, the sun will come up about 10 o'clock and set around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Summertime, it's just the opposite, where the sun will come up around 3 in the morning and set around 11 at night. Of course, the further north you go, up in Bell, for example, they won't see the sun until January, when they have the shortest day of the year. And then in the summertime, the sun never sets. So that's really unusual. I don't know if I want to live up there or not because of the extremes in weather.
Yes. Yep. Weeks of darkness and then weeks where the sun doesn't go down. It's crazy.
It really is crazy, yeah. And I have to be careful when I call my sister because there's a 4-hour difference. And one time I had to call her concerning my father's funeral, and it was 9 in the morning here, and there it was like
5 o'clock in the morning.
5 in the morning. And I said, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize the time difference."
Whoops.
Forgot about that for a second or two.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's all I really have to say for today. I hope everybody has a good weekend, and I guess Eskimo Mom is enjoying her vacation, and she'll be back with us on Tuesday. And you guys have a good weekend.
All right. Blind man, thanks for checking in. Thanks for the update. Well, the treasure chest worth $1 million has finally been retrieved some 300 years after sinking on a Spanish ship. More than 1,000 glistening silver and gold coins unearthed by a team of divers just off the coast of Florida a couple of weeks ago. Uncovered in a stretch of sea aptly called the Treasure Coast. Understood to date back to 1715. It's believed they were minted in Bolivia, Mexico, and Peru, and were on their way to Spain on a fleet of ships also carrying a number of jewels. But when a hurricane struck, the precious cargo was tipped overboard, sinking to the depths of the ocean, where it has remained ever since. Historians have reveled in the golden discovery as date and mint marks remain visible on some of these coins. They reckon as much as 400 million worth of gold, silver, and jewels were lost in that storm. That makes it one of the greatest maritime tragedies of the Americas. Sal Guzzo from Queen Jewels, the firm that found the treasure, said this discovery is not about the treasure itself, but the stories it tells. Each coin is a piece of history, a tangible link to the people who lived, worked, and sailed during the golden age of the Spanish Empire. Finding 1,000 of them in a single recovery is both rare and extraordinary. The company made the discovery after hours combing the seafloor with specialized equipment. Plans are currently underway for select pieces to be displayed in local museums. Florida law means treasure troves belong to the state, but excavators are allowed to work under careful monitoring. They're often given permission to conduct recovery services with the understanding that about 20% of the unearthed materials be retained by the state. Sal added, every find helps piece together the human story of that 1715 fleet. Treasure Coast, a region of Florida's Atlantic shore that includes 4 counties, Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, and Okeechobee. The moniker refers to the Spanish treasure fleet that was lost in that 1715 hurricane. Treasure hunting took off here back in the 1960s. Divers to this day still scour the area in the hope of finding some gold. How about that? More than 3,300 artifacts were pulled from the site, including religious figurines, gold ingots, pearls, and treasure-filled chests. It is 844-844-3388. Got the Charlie Farquharson ahead. Plowboy joins us in Room for You, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I knew there was a kind of a hitch in there. I mean, you're seeing all these posts on social media about various stars and artists that are going to be participating in the Turning Point USA alternative Super Bowl halftime show. And I come across one a few minutes ago, and it said Carlos Santana. It was good. I said, nah, wait a minute. Nah, I don't. Didn't take long to pull up. Carlos Santana shuts down the rumors that he opposed Bad Bunny's booking for the halftime show. He's not participating. There was another that said, what, Adam Sandler? Okay, first thing I thought, well, wait a minute. From Prime Timer, Adam Sandler is trending after multiple Facebook pages claimed that he announced he would be the headliner at the Turning Point USA All-American Halftime. Yeah. For those who are not up to speed, the NFL announced the Puerto Rican artist Bad Bunny would be performing for the halftime show this year. Yeah, the singer then hosted Saturday Night Live, saying, "We, the Americans, have 4 months to learn Spanish," because his entire set will be in Espanol, garnering backlash. Yeah, Charlie Kirk's organization, Turning Point USA, announcing on October 9 that they were going to be arranging what they call the All-American Halftime Show. You know, kind of a form of protest, but also an alternative, right? Then you've got all these various posts saying that this artist and that artist, the one about Adam Sandler, the melodic comedy page, and also saying that Erica Kirk would supposedly host it. It's garnered massive support. The news of Sandtime show is false, as neither the actor nor Turning Point USA has confirmed it. The organization did not claim Erica Kirk would host either. Adam Sandler's image was used in the post, which was artificial intelligence generated as well. A lot of these pages are known for uploading fake news and nowadays artificial intelligence generated images. So even though Adam Sandler would not perform at the All-American Halftime Show, it says Laura Trump has indeed offered to sing at the event. She's planning, Laura praising Turning Point USA for planning the show. Speaking on her podcast, The Right View with Laura Trump, President Trump's daughter-in-law said the organization does not need support from the NFL or woke losers. Laura said the Turning Point USA did not offer her to perform. However, she wanted to do it to upset left-wing supporters. She also noted she'd like to see maybe the likes of country singer Chris Stapleton, the rapper Tom McDonald perform at the halftime show. So be careful when you're reading all this stuff you see, and it looks so genuine. You can't believe it, even if you see it these days, right? Time and time again. What's going on, Plowboy? It's a Friday.
Yes, you got that right, Steve. By the way, happy early birthday to Miss Lisa, the princess.
Yes, indeed.
Now, I got a question for you. Are you going to celebrate your birthday, or are you going to celebrate her birthday? And the question is, you're paying for it, correct?
Well, I would say
more like on her day, correct?
Since she doesn't have an income, I think I pay for everything.
I had to ask that. Inquiring minds want to know.
That's right. We're actually going to do Stephen. Yeah, Lauren's mom and stepdad are coming into town later today. Actually, Lauren's mom celebrated a birthday this week. I celebrated a birthday. Lisa's birthday's tomorrow. We're all planning to go out, the four of us together, and we're going to celebrate together over. I don't know if I'm going to get the ribs or the steak, but the Montgomery Inn ribs, they're mighty damn good.
Oh, I've heard a lot about that from other shows on that.
Yes.
On that other, you know what I'm trying to say. Used to be a sponsor of some of their shows back in the day when I listened to that station. But I heard on one of your news breaks, Nestle is going to cut 16,000 jobs in the next 2 years.
That's what I just heard. That, yeah.
That's funny, and Nestle. I'll put it this way: there's a bunch of them jobs I'm sure don't need to be filled because half of them, basically, in my opinion, kind of a do-nothing job, from what I've heard from people that work there. And I used to pull out quite a few of them places, and there's too many duplicates. We are kind of in a lurch with our job up here. Did you happen to catch where that big aluminum plant caught on fire up there in New York here last week ago?
That's not ringing a bell, no.
Well, that supplies a hell of a lot of aluminum to Ford, and that's what we build our F-150 pickups out of. And
yeah,
we've been kind of slow, draggy, and we don't know when we're going to get back to full function. Plus, it's already halted the start of the junk pickups up there, and I say that's because of what they are. The F-150 Lightnings up there in Ontario. But did I see where Canada was throwing a fit about the analysts wanting to bring some stuff back over to the United States?
Wanted to bring what back?
I mean, some of their products, their Dodge product, stainless, whatever you call it.
Oh, Stellantis. Yeah. They're not real happy. I mean, all those production jobs. Yeah, we just talked about that, moving the production back to the U.S. here because they want to avoid the tariffs on Canadian goods. Absolutely. All right, hold the thought. For decades, 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Democrats have once again blocked Republican plans to reopen the government, this time killing a bill that would have paid the U.S. troops as the shutdown drags on. Only 3 Democrats broke ranks to support this measure. Republicans say the defense bill could be a vehicle to fund other key departments, but Democrats, led by Chuck Schumer, refused to move forward, keeping the government closed and America's military funding in limbo. On his way to cast his vote, Alabama Senator Mitch McConnell tripped and fell. The 83-year-old laughed and walked it off. Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi's clash with a reporter on Capitol Hill is going viral.
Shut up.
Former Speaker of the House snapping at a reporter after being asked about allegedly denying requests to send the National Guard in during the 2021 Capitol riots.
I did not refuse the National Guard. The president didn't send it.
The reporter was from Lindell TV, an outlet founded by Trump supporter Mike Lindell. Border Czar Tom Homan is denying allegations that he accepted a bribe.
During a recent News Nation town hall, Homan denied accepting a $50,000 bribe from undercover FBI agents in exchange for contract promises. He says he's never accepted that sum of money from anybody. He also says he has no idea how the allegations began spreading, but notes he's been the target of dozens of quote-unquote hit pieces in recent months. The Border Czar also says he's not angry about the claims, and he says he doesn't care about what people think about him. I'm Jim Roop.
President Trump's administration says Border Patrol, customs officers, and air marshals will keep getting paid during the shutdown. Internal emails show those agents are being classified as exempt employees. The move ensures frontline security stays funded, even as most other federal employees remain without pay. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 301 points, the S&P 500 fell by 41 points, and the Nasdaq dropped by 107 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
The Department of Transportation announced they are withholding over $40 million in federal highway safety funds from California.
It cites the state's failure to comply with federal English language proficiency requirements for commercial drivers. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said in a statement he made it clear to states earlier this year the need to enforce the Trump-era English language standards for commercial drivers or risk losing federal funding. He added, California is the only state that continues to allow commercial drivers who cannot read road signs or effectively communicate with law enforcement. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson stirred backlash after comparing black voters' access to voting with disability access under the ADA.
We are responding to current day manifestations of past and present decisions that disadvantage minorities and make it so that they don't have equal access to the voting system. Right? They're disabled.
Critics call that offensive, but she says it was a legal analogy. The court's conservative majority signaled it may curb Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, giving states more control over redistricting. The Marine Expeditionary Force is gearing up for a live-fire amphibious capabilities demonstration happening Saturday at Camp Pendleton. This is marking the Marine Corps' 250th birthday and America's 250th year of independence. And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
little more detail on the announcement from Nestle. That's a lot of jobs. It's not in the U.S. solely, though. It's worldwide. But they did announce they'll cut about 16,000 jobs over the next 2 years as they look to slash costs, more automation, and artificial intelligence. Most of the layoffs, about 12,000, they say, will affect white-collar professionals as Nestle targets operational efficiency, automating processes using shared services. The company behind brands like Kit Kat and Nesquik. Another 4,000 roles will go in manufacturing and supply chain as part of measures to improve productivity. The overall job cuts will amount to almost 6% of their workforce. The world is changing. Nestle needs to change faster, according to the new CEO in a statement. This will include making hard but necessary decisions to reduce headcount. Right on the heels of the rise of artificial intelligence, fueling fears about job losses in a number of industries. The chief executive of Anthropic, a leading AI lab, warned several months ago AI could cause a dramatic spike in unemployment. Nestle says on their website that they use AI in a number of functions, including research and development. In their latest annual report, they also said it employs automation and advanced analytics in promotional activities, such as work on discounts or in-store displays. But the announcement adds turmoil at the Swiss company after an unexpected removal of their previous chief executive early last month. He was dismissed for failing to disclose a romantic relationship with a direct subordinate, which breached their code of business conduct. The company's organic sales, which is a measure of underlying growth, rose 4.3% in the third quarter. Nestle reiterated their commitment to investing over the medium term, despite the ongoing risk from macroeconomic and consumer uncertainties. Nestle's biggest market is, though, North America. Consumers here in the U.S. have grown pessimistic in recent months, concerned about inflation, which gets worse because of higher tariffs. However, consumer spending has held up so far. Nestle's stock actually jumped on Thursday. It was trading 7.6% higher with the announcement of cost cutting. Meanwhile, the Vice President J.D. Vance, kind of comical, right on the heels of that this past day, said AI is still really in its early stages, unreliable stages. While the technology offers some groundbreaking medical potential, it does carry dangerous risks when it comes to privacy, security, morality. Artificial intelligence is still, in many cases, very dumb, he said. Interviewed by Greta Van Susteren, he said, "You ask, is it good or is it bad, or is it going to help us? Is it going to hurt us?" The answer is probably both. We should be trying to maximize as much of the good and minimize as much of the bad. He said, let me give you a very concrete example. 2 artificial intelligence headlines I've read in just the last week. 1, researchers used AI to identify a new cancer drug pathway that nobody had ever come up with. They're actually starting to see some evidence that could be a credible, promising way to treat certain types of cancer. That use is great. That's what we want artificial intelligence to do, unlock new therapeutics so people can live longer. He also saw an announcement from Sam Altman of OpenAI, who said basically they're going to start using AI to introduce erotica and porn and things like that. If AI is helping us find new cures for disease, that's great. If it's helping us come up with increasingly weird pornography, that's bad. The administration wants to encourage innovation, but we need boundaries about the social impact of artificial intelligence. We need policymakers here. He said that he and President Trump have been focused on the issue. We want to lean in as many to the socially positive applications. But look, we know AI is going to be used by hackers. It's going to be used to defraud the banking system. It's going to be used to prey, especially on the elderly, who sometimes won't be able to tell the difference between their granddaughter's voice and the artificial intelligence-generated voice. The main vector is going to be fraud. All right, Plowboy, we pick up there. Very interesting.
I'm sorry. It'll be a long time. I'll probably be dead and gone before I even think anything that is made good, except for maybe that cancer deal. Because I see it as job destruction, sir. I don't give a damn whether it's white collar, blue collar.
It's going to take a lot. I've got the headline that, who was that? Shorty sent me it's a Breitbart headline. It says, Goldman Sachs tells their employees AI is going to take their jobs.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Well, no. I did see one thing that was a little bit viable for 90, what would you say? I mean, now I have got an honest question to ask. Blue collar, white collar, what's the percentage in both of them, sir?
I would have to do some digging. I have no idea.
Well, sir, the reason why I asked this question, I have seen where AI was going to obliterate, I think that's the right word, the white-collar jobs. I mean, but as far as the ones swinging the hammer, and now I don't know about the autonomous trucks, whether we can keep them in the ditch or in the curb or not, but that's AI-generated crap, because that's all these cameras and everything told what to do here to do and all that nonsense. I don't know, but now I would like to see some of these old country singers or even old rock singers, even though I seen we lost one of the Toppins with Kiss earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
Remember his name, A something.
Freely.
I would like to see them buck up against Bad Bunny. But then again, I like to drive one of them cattle trailers out there with Lauren Weiss, and hey, when Tom Holman drops in there on the parachute and ice. Now, if he's going to be singing this in Spanish, how many illegals could he round up there in just one setting?
Well, I mean, they've already said they're going to be there. I don't know. How many illegals could afford a ticket to go to the Super Bowl, I guess, is the bigger question.
Well, if they came here and, remember we gave them $5,000 as they crossed the border. We did, but Joe Biden did. So they kept any of that money. I'm just messing with you now. I better get out there. You probably got somebody.
All right. Have a good morning there, Plowboy. In regards to your question, blue collar or white collar, quick overview says there's no single number for how many blue collar versus white collar jobs exist. The figures constantly changing that depend on specific definitions and time frames. But trends show white collar jobs have historically made up a larger portion of the workforce. The historical trends, the share of white collar jobs in the U.S. workforce has been growing, rising from about 57% in 1985 to 62% in 2022. Blue-collar employment, while the overall percentage of blue-collar jobs has declined over the decades, some sources indicate a resurgence in interest from younger workers due to factors like job security and avoidance of student debt. Makes sense. Some recent data suggests that new job postings for white-collar positions have declined more sharply than blue-collar roles between early 2024 and early 2025? So that's a good question. What do you have to do to get a CDL around here? I don't know. You got some Twizzlers? Got some Swedish fish? That's all I need. It's not a joke of a headline, but bribes of Twizzlers, Swedish fish, that's the candy, or Fiji water, are leading to prison time for a former Massachusetts police sergeant. Those are some of the products that were accepted in a CDL fraud scheme. According to multiple reports, Gary Senderquist was sentenced to 6 years in prison for his role in the scheme where he provided CDLs to applicants in exchange for bribes. In addition to the prison time, 2 years of supervised release in order to pay more than $50,000 in fines and restitution, charged in a 74-count indictment along with 5 others. Senderquist gave passing scores to multiple applicants from a water company who actually failed their CDL skills tests, as well as others who only took a partial test. In exchange, Senderquist received free water, energy drinks, coffee and tea, Twizzlers, the Swedish fish candy. Now, he was convicted by a jury earlier this year. Eric Matheson, who worked for the water company, sentenced to 1 year in prison, 3 years of supervised release. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, Matheson admitted to his communications with Senderquist about particular CDL applicants and their performance on the skills test, as well as inventory from the water company that Senderquist had requested that Matheson deliver. For example, Matheson received texts from Senderquist describing one water company applicant as, quote, an idiot who had no idea what he's doing. He should have failed about 10 times already. But he then gave that applicant a passing score. On another occasion, Matheson asked Senderquist, how's the trailer holding? To which he responded, in desperate need of restocking, along with a specific request, among other things, premium bottled water, tea, energy drinks, and a truckload of large water. He and another former Massachusetts state police trooper were sentenced for his role. Calvin Butner, sentenced to 3 months in prison, followed by a year of supervised release. There were others named in the indictment. All CDL recipients identified as not qualified in the course of the investigation were indeed reported to the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicles. So I guess the idiot technically shouldn't be driving now, I guess, but what do you need to get a CDL around here?
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, what kind of baloney we got this hour? Knucklebuster?
I appreciate you taking me back there, Mr. Steve Sommers. You know, I read old Senator Mitch McConnell falls in the Capitol hallway up there again. When you start falling down on the job, don't you think it's time to go home? So
yeah,
well, he was doing it literally, right? Yep, poor man. Well, I want to congratulate them Bengals for finally getting a win. When you go out there, you get you some brisket, Steve, because brisket is the cut of meat from the breast or lower chest of beef or veal. The beef brisket is one of the 9 beef primal cuts. So, Pappy might like this. Miami is testing a self-driving police car that can launch drones. See? Do the drones launch missiles?
They can. Yeah.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, I've seen the headline on Fox News, got a missile attack down there again, but they got survivors this time, Steve. You don't reckon they're going to file a lawsuit against Trump, do you?
I don't know. You sent me that link. You sent me that link a few minutes ago, and I haven't had a chance to pull that up. So they hit another boat, but they didn't kill all those on board, I'm guessing.
Right. It's they called it a submersible. I guess that's what it is.
Okay.
Well, let's get a simplified shout out. Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, Steve Sommers, the U.S. Marine Expeditionary Force out there. Buy some Seville products this weekend. Get you some Hot Shot Secret, some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products. And y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388 next week. That's almost quitting time, Steve. Have a great weekend, buddy.
Thank you, Knucklebuster. Let me see. Hello to Steve Columbus Friday morning. Good morning, Steve Sommers and all the listeners out there. Last evening, we took our Pink Western Star out to an event put on by the city of Obetz in the Franklin County Engineer's Office. The crowd turnout was good. The truck got quite a bit of attention. Meanwhile, the coffee's hot, the car's loaded. It's time to head towards town to see what we can get into today. It's a Friday. Enjoy your day and your weekend. And he sent me some photographs. It's the breast cancer awareness vehicle. I guess that's, what is that? It's one of the waste companies there. But a nice looking truck there. Yeah. Meanwhile, Truck and Phil, there he is. Happy Casual Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Well, my pasting job didn't clean up my email the other day. I said I was on vacation for a week. Well, that's not happening. So here we are. It's a Friday going into work. Saturday and next Saturday as well. Starting off at a cool 44 this morning, 72 a high for Fort Wayne, 70 the high for Newaygo, Michigan. And a big shout out to the Knuckle Buster. Roll on. Another working Saturday. Have a great weekend, everyone. Hey, only 69 days till Christmas. Semper Fi, Truck. It's that close, isn't it? What's going on, Charlie?
Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Ferguson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. I have an announcement to make. I was passing through about a half an hour ago, and I believe one of them drivers that paid for their CDLs with Fuji water or something was sitting on the bridge there about the 581 split on I-81 northbound in the left lane, right there about the 143.5 mile marker. Yes, it was a Swift truck sitting in the bridge in the left lane, perfectly stopped. I hope the Lord there is no accident because of it. Just a special announcement from GMA and BS Enterprises. Thank you once again. Now, Steve, I need to get a shout-out to that Scarecrow fellow. He has done it again. Well, I don't know what's wrong with him. I hired Stick and Stump, and you've seen Stick and Stump in the past, as my help there for security here at the GMA and BS Enterprises skyscraper, right? Well, Bone Jenna and Bone Jangles come down there, and Bone Jenna has kept Stick from doing his job. Now, Scarecrow, you need to get down here and at least get Bone Jenna. I need Stick back to work. He has patrol duties to do. Also, I have an announcement. On Halloween night, we're going to have our annual Halloween party at the GMA and BS Enterprises skyscraper. Yes, that's right. Top prizes for the top 3 contestants. The latest in electronics. They will be announced later. Yes, we have already got word that the Bong Squad is showing up in some specialty costumes. I have told them do not show up dressed as the village people. As many of your listeners know, they do their village people impersonations on a regular basis. So this may not be good on them, but come on to the GMA and BS Enterprises skyscraper for the Halloween party on Halloween night. Hope you can be there, Steve. I hope everybody can be there. This ought to be a blast. Well, that's all I got for tonight. I hope everybody has a safe weekend and a wonderful weekend. And as always, from GMA and BS Enterprises, God bless everybody and be safe.
There you go. That's the way we'll wrap up a Friday morning. Okay. All right. So, yes, indeed. Yeah, safe travels out there. Going to be kind of a topsy-turvy weekend, moving through the heart of the country. Yeah, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, it'll be a lot of wiggle wagons really wiggling. A lot of wind will be in the mix. Yeah, through the heart of the country. So use extra caution out there. But we'll see you back Sunday night at the midnight hour as we kick off a brand new week.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.